Brazilian Ants and Monkeys by Henry W. Bates. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Naturalist in the Amazons of Henry Walter Bates is a work that has long held a deserved reputation for the closeness and accuracy of its observations and the interest of its narrative. The author, born at Leicester, England, in 1825, accompanied the noted biologist Alfred Russel Wallace to Brazil, the story of which journey is given in the work cited. From it we extract some passages concerning the animal life of that country, embracing the doings of the leaf-cutting ants and the monkeys. Our selections begin in the suburbs of Pará. In the gardens, numbers of fine showy butterflies were seen. There were two swallow-tailed species, similar in colours to the English Papilio macaon, a white Pieris, P. monuste, and 2 or 3 species of brimstone and orange-coloured butterflies, which do not belong, however, to the same genus as our English species. In weedy places, a beautiful butterfly with eye-like spots on its wings was common, the Junonia lavinia, the only Amazonian species which is at all nearly related to our Vanissus, the admiral and the peacock butterflies. One day we made our first acquaintance with 2 of the most beautiful productions of nature in this department, namely the Helicopis cupido and Endymion. A little beyond our house, one of the narrow green lanes which I have already mentioned diverged from the Mongabu Avenue, and led between enclosures overrun with a profusion of creepy plants and glorious flowers, down to a moist hollow, where there was a public well and a picturesque nook, buried in a grove of mucajá palm-trees. On the tree-trunks, walls, and palings grew a great quantity of climbing pothos plants, with large, glossy, heart-shaped leaves. These plants were the resort of these 2 exquisite species, and we captured a great number of specimens. They are of extremely delicate texture. The wings are cream-coloured. The hind pair have several tail-like appendages, and are spangled beneath as if with silver. Their flight is very slow and feeble. They seek the protected under surface of the leaves, and in repose close their wings over the back, so as to expose the brilliantly spotted under surface. I will pass over the many orders and families of insects, and proceed at once to the ants. These were in great numbers everywhere, but I will mention here only 2 kinds. We were amazed at seeing ants 1.25 inches in length, and stout in proportion, marching in single file through the thickets. These belong to the species called Dinoponera grandis. Its colonies consist of a small number of individuals, and are established about the roots of slender trees. It is a stinging species, but the sting is not so severe as in many of the smaller kinds. There was nothing peculiar or attractive in the habits of this giant among the ants. Another far more interesting species was the sauba, Oikodoma cephalotis. This ant is seen everywhere about the suburbs, marching to and fro in broad columns. From its habit of despoiling the most valuable cultivated trees of their foliage, it is a great scourge to the Brazilians. In some districts it is so abundant that agriculture is almost impossible, and everywhere complaints are heard of the terrible pest. In our first walks we were puzzled to account for large mounds of earth, of a different colour from the surrounding soil, which were thrown up in the plantations and woods. Some of them were very extensive, being 40 yards in circumference, but not more than 2 feet in height. We soon ascertained that these were the work of the saúbas, being the outworks or domes which overlie and protect the entrances to their vast subterranean galleries. On close examination, I found the earth of which they are composed to consist of very minute granules, agglomerated with cement, and forming many rows of little ridges and turrets. The difference in color from the superficial soil of the vicinity is owing to their being formed of the undersoil, brought up from a considerable depth. It is very rarely that the ants are seen at work on these mounds. The entrances seem to be generally closed. Only now and then, when some particular work is going on, are the galleries opened. The entrances are small and numerous. In the larger hillocks it would require a great amount of excavation to get at the main galleries, but I succeeded in removing portions of the dome in smaller hillocks, and then I found that the minor entrances converged, at a depth of about 2 feet, to one broad, elaborately worked gallery or mine, which was 4 or 5 inches in diameter. The habit in the Saúba ant of clipping and carrying away immense quantities of leaves has long been recorded in books on natural history. When employed on this work, their processions look like a multitude of animated leaves on the march. In some places I found an accumulation of such leaves, all circular pieces, about the size of a sixpence, lying on the pathway, unattended by ants, and at some distance from the colony. Such heaps are always found to be removed when the place is revisited the next day. In course of time I had plenty of opportunities of seeing them at work. They mount the trees in multitudes, the individuals being all worker miners. Each one places itself on the surface of a leaf and cuts with its sharp, scissor-like jaws, and by a sharp jerk detaches the piece. Sometimes they let the leaf drop to the ground, where a little heap accumulates until carried away by another relay of workers, but generally each marches off with the piece it has operated upon, and, as all take the same road to their colony, the path they follow becomes in a short time smooth and bare, looking like the impression of a cartwheel through the herbage. It is a most interesting sight to see the vast host of busy, diminutive laborers occupied on this work. Unfortunately, they choose cultivated trees for their purpose. This ant is quite peculiar to tropical America, as is the entire genus to which it belongs. It sometimes despoils the young trees of species growing wild in its native forests, but it seems to prefer, when within reach, plants imported from other countries, such as the coffee and orange trees. The heavily laden workers, each carrying its segment of leaf vertically, the lower edge secured in its mandibles, troop up and cast their burdens on the hillock. Another relay of laborers place the leaves in position, covering them with a layer of earthy granules, which are brought one by one from the soil beneath. The underground abodes of this wonderful ant are known to be very extensive. The Reverend Hamlet Clark has related that the Saúba of Rio de Janeiro, a species closely allied to ours, has excavated a tunnel under the bed of the river Paraíba, at a place where it is as broad as the Thames at London Bridge. At the Maguari rice mills, near Pará, these ants once pierced the embankment of a large reservoir. The great body of water which it contained escaped before the damage could be repaired. In the Botanic Gardens at Pará, an enterprising French gardener tried all he could think of to extirpate the Saúba. With this object he made fires over some of the main entrances to their colonies, and blew the fumes of sulphur down the galleries by means of bellows. I saw the smoke issue from a great number of outlets, one of which was 70 yards distant from the place where the bellows were used. This shows how extensively the underground galleries are ramified. Besides injuring and destroying young trees by despoiling them of their foliage, the Saúba ant is troublesome to the inhabitants from its habit of plundering the stores of provisions in houses at night, for it is even more active at night than in the daytime. At first I was inclined to discredit the stories of their entering habitations and carrying off grain by grain the farinha or mandioca meal, the bread of the poorer classes of Brazil. At length, while residing at an Indian village on the Tapajós, I had ample proof of the fact. One night, my servant woke me 3 or 4 times before sunrise by calling out that the rats were robbing the farinha baskets. The article at that time was scarce and dear. I got up, listened, and found the noise very unlike that made by rats. So I took the light and went into the storeroom, which was close to my sleeping place. I there found a broad column of saúba ants, consisting of thousands of individuals, as busy as possible, passing to and fro between the door and my precious baskets. Most of those passing outward were laden each with a grain of farinha, which was, in some cases, larger and many times heavier than the bodies of the carriers. Farinha consists of grains of similar size and appearance to the tapioca of our shops. Both are products of the same root, tapioca being the pure starch, and farinha the starch mixed with woody fibre, the latter ingredient giving it a yellowish color. It was amusing to see some of the dwarfs, the smallest members of their family, staggering along, completely hidden under their load. The baskets, which were on a high table, were entirely covered with ants, many hundreds of whom were employed in snipping the dry leaves which served as lining. This produced the rustling sound which had at first disturbed us. My servant told me that they would carry off the whole contents of the 2 baskets, about 2 bushels, in the course of the night if they were not driven off, so we tried to exterminate them by killing them with our wooden clogs. It was impossible, however, to prevent fresh hosts coming in as fast as we killed their companions. They returned the next night, and I was then obliged to lay trains of gunpowder along their line and blow them up. This, repeated many times, at last seemed to intimidate them, for we were free from their visits during the remainder of my residence at the place. What they did with the hard dry grains of mandioca I was never able to ascertain, and cannot even conjecture. The meal contains no gluten, and therefore would be useless as cement. It contains only a small relative portion of starch, and when mixed with water it separates and falls away like so much earthy matter. It may serve as food for the subterranean workers, but the young or larvae of ants are usually fed by juices secreted by the worker nurses. Leaving the ants with this example of their curious habits, we shall proceed with the author's description of Brazilian monkeys. I have already mentioned that monkeys were rare in the immediate vicinity of Pará. I met with 3 species only in the forest near the city. They are shy animals, and avoid the neighbourhood of towns, where they are subject to much persecution by the inhabitants, who kill them for food. The only kind which I saw frequently was the little Midas ursulus, one of the marmosets, a family peculiar to tropical America, and differing in many essential points of structure and habits from all other apes. They are small in size, and more like squirrels than true monkeys in their manner of climbing. The nails, except those of the hind thumbs, are long and claw-shaped, like those of squirrels, and the thumbs of the 4 extremities or hands are not opposable to the other fingers. I do not mean to convey that they have a near relationship to squirrels, which belong to the rodents, an inferior order of mammals. Their resemblance to those animals is merely a superficial one. They have 2 molar teeth less in each jaw than the Cebidae, the other family of American monkeys. They agree with them, however, in the sideway position of the nostrils, a character which distinguishes both from all the monkeys of the Old World. The body is long and slender, clothed with soft hairs, and the tail, which is nearly twice the length of the trunk, is not prehensile. The hind limbs are much larger in volume than the anterior pair. The Midas ursulus is never seen in large flocks. 3 or 4 is the greatest number observed together. It seems to be less afraid of the neighbourhood of men than any other monkey. I sometimes saw it in the woods which border the suburban streets, and once I espied 2 individuals in a thicket behind the English consul's house at Nazareth. Its mode of progression along the main boughs of the lofty trees is like that of squirrels. It does not ascend to the slender branches, or take those wonderful flying leaps which the Cebidae do, whose prehensile tails and flexible hands fit them for such headlong traveling. It confines itself to the larger boughs and trunks of trees, the long nails being of great assistance to the creature, enabling it to cling securely to the bark, and it is often seen passing rapidly round the perpendicular cylindrical trunks. It is a quick, restless, timid little creature, and has a great share of curiosity, for when a person passes by under the trees along which a flock is running, they always stop for a few moments to have a stare at the intruder. In Pará, Midas ursulus is often seen in a tame state in the houses of the inhabitants. When full grown, it is about 9 inches long, independently of the tail, which measures 15 inches. The fur is thick and black in color, with the exception of a reddish-brown streak down the middle of the back. When first taken, or when kept tied up, it is very timid and irritable. It will not allow itself to be approached, but keeps retreating backward when anyone attempts to coax it. It is always in a querulous humor, uttering a twittering, complaining noise. Its dark, watchful eyes, expressive of distrust, observant of every movement which takes place near it. When treated kindly, however, as it generally is in the houses of the natives, it becomes very tame and familiar. I once saw one as playful as a kitten running about the house after the negro children, who fondled it to their heart's content. It acted somewhat differently towards strangers, and seemed not to like them to sit in the hammock which was slung in the room, leaping up, trying to bite, and otherwise annoying them. It is generally fed on sweet fruits, such as the banana, but it is also fond of insects, especially soft-bodied spiders and grasshoppers, which it will snap up with eagerness when within reach. The expression of countenance in these small monkeys is intelligent and pleasing. This is partly owing to the open facial angle, which is given as one of 60 degrees, but the quick movements of the head and the way they have of inclining it to one side when their curiosity is excited contribute very much to give them a knowing expression. Anatomists who have dissected species of Midas tell us that the brain is of a very low type as far as the absence of convolutions goes, the surface being as smooth as that of a squirrel's. I should conclude at once that this character is an unsafe guide in judging of the mental qualities of these animals. In mobility of expression of countenance, intelligence, and general manners, these small monkeys resemble the higher apes far more than they do any rodent animal with which I am acquainted. On the upper Amazon I once saw a tame individual of the Midas leoninus, a species first described by Humboldt, which was still more playful and intelligent than the one just described. This rare and beautiful little monkey is only 7 inches in length, exclusive of the tail. It is named leoninus on account of the long brown mane which depends from the neck, and which gives it very much the appearance of a diminutive lion. In the house where it was kept, it was familiar with everyone. Its greatest pleasure seemed to be to climb about the bodies of different persons who entered. The first time I went in, it ran across the room, straightway to the chair on which I sat down, and climbed up to my shoulder. Arrived there, it turned round and looked into my face, showing its little teeth and chattering, as though it would say, "Well, and how do you do?" It showed more affection towards its master than towards strangers, and would climb up to his head a dozen times in the course of an hour, making a great show every time of searching there for certain animalcula. Isidore Geoffroy Saint Hilaire relates of a species of this genus that it distinguished between different objects depicted on an engraving. M. Audouin showed it the portraits of a cat and a wasp. At these it became much terrified, whereas at the sight of a figure of a grasshopper or beetle it precipitated itself on the picture as if to seize the objects they represented. Although monkeys are now rare in a wild state near Pará, a great number may be seen semi-domesticated in the city. The Brazilians are fond of pet animals. Monkeys, however, have not been known to breed in captivity in this country. I counted in a short time 13 different species while walking about the Pará streets. either at the doors or windows of houses or in the native canoes. 2 of them I did not meet with afterwards in any other part of the country. One of these was the well-known Hapaliacus, a little creature resembling a kitten, banded with black and gray all over the body and tail, and having a fringe of long white hair surrounding the ears. It was seated on the shoulder of a young mulatto girl as she was walking along the street, and I was told had been captured in the island of Marajó. The other was a species of cebus, with a remarkably large head. It had ruddy brown fur, paler on the face, but presenting a blackish tuft on the top of the forehead. The only monkeys I observed at Cametá were the cochillo, Pithecia satanus, a large species, clothed with long brownish black hair, and the tiny Midas argentatus. The cochillo had a thick bushy tail. The hair of the head sits on it like a cap, and looks as if it had been carefully combed. It inhabits only the most retired parts of the forest, on the terra firma, and I observed nothing of its habits. The little Midas argentatus is one of the rarest of the American monkeys. I have not heard of its being found anywhere except near Cametá. I once saw 3 individuals together running along a branch in a cacao grove near Cametá. They looked like white kittens. In their motions they resembled precisely the Midas ursulus already described. I saw afterwards a pet animal of this species, and heard that there were many so kept, and that they were esteemed as choice treasures. The one I saw was full grown, but it measured only 7 inches in length of body. It was covered with long, white, silky hairs. The tail was blackish, and the face nearly naked and flesh-colored. It was a most timid and sensitive little thing. The woman who owned it carried it constantly in her bosom, and no money would induce her to part with her pet. She called it Mico. It fed from her mouth and allowed her to fondle it freely, but the nervous little creature would not permit strangers to touch it. If any one attempted to do so, it shrank back, the whole body trembling with fear, and its teeth chattered, while it uttered its tremulous, frightened tones. The expression of its features was like that of its more robust brother, Midas ursulus. The eyes, which were black, were full of curiosity and mistrust, and it always kept them fixed on the person who attempted to advance towards it. In the orange groves and other parts hummingbirds were plentiful, but I did not notice more than 3 species. I saw a little pygmy belonging to the genus Phythornis one day, in the act of washing itself in a brook. It was perched on a thin branch, whose end was under water. It dipped itself, then fluttered its wings and pruned its feathers, and seemed thoroughly to enjoy itself alone in the shady nook which it had chosen, a place overshadowed by broad leaves of ferns and heliconiae. I thought, as I watched it, that there was no need for poets to invent elves and gnomes, while nature furnishes us with such marvellous little sprites ready to hand. End of Brazilian Ants and Monkeys by Henry W. Bates.
The Broken Window, from the book Essays on Political Economy by the late M. Frederick Bastiat, published in 1874, in the section of the book entitled That Which Is Seen and That Which Is Not Seen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Broken Window. Have you ever witnessed the anger of the good shopkeeper James B. when his careless son happened to break a pane of glass? If you have been present at such a scene, you will most assuredly bear witness to the fact that every one of the spectators, were there even 30 of them, by common consent apparently, offered the unfortunate owner this invariable consolation: "It is an ill wind that blows nobody good. Everybody must live, and what would become of the glaziers if panes of glass were never broken?" Now, this form of condolence contains an entire theory which it will be well to show up in this simple case, seeing that it is precisely the same as that which, unhappily, regulates the greater part of our economical institutions. Suppose it costs 6 francs to repair the damage, and you say that the accident brings 6 francs to the glazier's trade, that it encourages that trade to the amount of 6 francs. I grant it. I have not a word to say against it. You reason justly. The glazier comes, performs his task, receives his 6 francs, rubs his hands, and in his heart blesses the careless child. All this is that which is seen. But if, on the other hand, you come to the conclusion, as is too often the case, that it is a good thing to break windows, that it causes money to circulate, and that the encouragement of industry in general will be the result of it, you will oblige me to call out, "Stop there! Your theory is confined to that which is seen. It takes no account of that which is not seen." It is not seen that as our shopkeeper has spent 6 francs upon one thing, he cannot spend them on another. It is not seen that if he had not had a window to replace, he would perhaps have replaced his old shoes or added another book to his library. In short, he would have employed his 6 francs in some way which this accident has prevented. Let us take a view of industry in general, as affected by this circumstance. The window being broken, the glazier's trade is encouraged to the amount of 6 francs. This is that which is seen. If the window had not been broken, the shoemaker's trade, or some other, would have been encouraged to the amount of 6 francs. This is that which is not seen. And if that which is not seen is taken into consideration, because it is a negative fact, as well as that which is seen, because it is a positive fact, it will be understood that neither industry in general nor the sum total of national labor is affected whether windows are broken or not. Now let us consider James B. himself. In the former supposition, that of the window being broken, he spends 6 francs, and has neither more nor less than he had before, the enjoyment of a window. In the second, were we to suppose the window not to have been broken, he would have spent 6 francs in shoes, and would have had at the same time the enjoyment of a pair of shoes and of a window. Now, as James B. forms a part of society, we must come to the conclusion that, taking it all together and making an estimate of its enjoyments and its labors, it has lost the value of the broken window. Whence we arrive at this unexpected conclusion. Society loses the value of things which are uselessly destroyed. And we must assent to a maxim which will make the hair of protectionists stand on end. To break, to spoil, to waste, is not to encourage national labor, or more briefly, destruction is not profit. What will you say, moniteur industriel? What will you say, disciples of good M.F. Shamans, who has circulated with so much precision how much trade would gain by the burning of Paris, from the number of houses it would be necessary to rebuild? I am sorry to disturb these ingenious calculations, as far as their spirit has been introduced into our legislation, but I beg him to begin them again by taking into account that which is not seen, and placing it alongside of that which is seen. The reader must take care to remember that there are not 2 persons only, but 3 concerned in the little scene which I have submitted to his attention. One of them, James B., represents the consumer, reduced by an act of destruction to 1 enjoyment instead of 2. Another, under the title of the glazier, shows us the producer, whose trade is encouraged by the accident. The third is the shoemaker, or some other tradesman, whose labor suffers proportionably by the same cause. It is this third person who is always kept in the shade, and who, personating that which is not seen, is a necessary element of the problem. It is he who shows us how absurd it is to think we see a profit in an act of destruction. It is he who will soon teach us that it is not less absurd to see a profit in a restriction, which is, after all, nothing else than a partial destruction. Therefore, if you will only go to the root of all the arguments which are adduced in its favor, All you will find will be the paraphrase of this vulgar saying, "What would become of the glaziers if nobody ever broke windows?" End of The Broken Window by Frederick Bastiat. Recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in September 2018.
The Contrite Consciousness, from Phenomenology of the Spirit, by Georg Wilhelm Hegel, published in 1807, translated by Josiah Royce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Contrite Consciousness. In skepticism, consciousness learns in truth that it is divided against itself. And from this experience there is born a new type of consciousness, wherein are linked the two thoughts which skepticism had kept asunder. The thoughtless self-ignorance of skepticism must pass away. For in fact, the two attitudes of skepticism express one consciousness. This new type of consciousness is therefore explicitly aware of its own doubleness. It regards itself on the one hand as the deliverer, changeless and self-possessed. On the other hand, it regards itself as the absolutely confounded and contrary, and it is the awareness of this its own contradiction. In Stoicism, the self owns itself in the simplicity of freedom. In skepticism, it gives itself embodiment, makes naught of other embodied reality, but in the very act of so doing renders itself the rather twofold, and is now parted in twain. Hereby the same duplication that was formerly shared between two individuals, the lord and the slave, has now entered into the nature of one individual. The differentiation of the self, which is the essential law of the spirit, is already present, but not as constituting an organic unity, and the Contrite Consciousness is this awareness of the self as the divided nature, wherein is only conflict. This contrite and broken consciousness, just because the conflict of its nature is known as belonging to one person, must forever, in each of its two forms, have the other also present to it. Whenever in either form it seems to have come to victory and unity, it finds no rest there, but is forthwith driven over to the other. Its true homecoming, its true reconciliation with itself, will, however, display to us the law of the spirit, as he will appear when, having come to life, he has entered the world of his manifestation. For it already belongs to the Contrite Consciousness to be one undivided soul in the midst of its doubleness. It is in fact the very gazing of one self into another. It is both these selves. It has no nature save in so far as it unites the two. But thus far it knows not yet this, its own real essence. It has not entered into possession of this unity. For the first, then, the Contrite Consciousness is but the unwon unity of the two selves. To its view the two are not one, but are at war together, and accordingly it regards one of them, viz. the simple, the changeless consciousness, as the true self. The other, the multiform and fickle, it regards as the false self. The Contrite Consciousness finds these two as mutually estranged. For its own part, because it is the awareness of this contradiction, it takes sides with the changeless consciousness, and calls itself the false self. But since it is aware of the changeless, i.e., of the true self, its task must be one of self-deliverance. That is, the task of delivering itself from the unreality. For on the one hand it knows itself only as the fickle, and the changeless is far remote from it, and yet the contrite consciousness is in its genuine selfhood one with the simple and changeless consciousness, for therein lies its own true self, and yet again it knows that it is not in possession of this true self. So long as the contrite consciousness assigns to the two selves this position, they cannot remain indifferent to each other, or in other words, the contrite consciousness cannot itself be indifferent to the changeless. For the contrite consciousness is, as a fact, of both kinds, and knows the relation of the changeless to the fickle as a relation of truth to falsehood. The falsehood must be turned to naught. But since the contrite consciousness finds both the false and the true alike necessary to it and contradictory, there remains to it only the contradictory movement, wherein neither of the opposed elements can find repose in going over to its opponent, but must create itself anew in the opponent's very bosom. To win, then, in this strife against the adversary is rather to be vanquished. To attain one goal is rather to lose it in its opposite. The whole life, whatever it be, whatever it do, is aware only of the pain of this being and doing. For this consciousness has no object besides its opposite, the true self, and its own nothingness. In aspiration it strives hence toward the changeless, but this aspiration is itself the contrite consciousness, and contains forthwith the knowledge of the opposite, namely of its own individuality. The changeless, when it enters consciousness, is sicklied or with individuality, is present therewith, instead of being lost in the consciousness of the changeless. Individuality rises ever afresh therein. But one thing the contrite consciousness thus learns, namely, that individuality is made manifest in the changeless, and that the changeless is made manifest in individuality. It finds that in general individuality belongs to the changeless true self, and that in fact its own individuality also belongs thereto. For the outcome of this process is precisely the unity of this twofold consciousness. This unity then comes to light, but for the first only, as an unity wherein the diversity of the two aspects plays the chief part. For the contrite consciousness there thus result three ways in which individuality and the changeless are linked. First, it rediscovers itself as again banished into its opposition to the changeless self, and it is cast back to the beginning of the strife, which later still remains the element of the entire relationship. In the second place, the contrite consciousness learns that individuality belongs to the very essence of the changeless, is the incarnation of the changeless, and the latter hereupon assumes the burden of its whole range of phenomena. In the third place, the contrite consciousness discovers itself to be the individual who dwells in the changeless. In the first stage, the changeless appears to consciousness only as the remote self that condemns individuality. In passing through the second stage, consciousness learns that the changeless is as much an incarnate individual as it is itself, and thus in the third stage, consciousness reaches the grade of the spirit, rejoices to find itself in the spirit, and becomes aware that its individuality is reconciled with the universal. What is here set forth as the character and relationship of the changeless has appeared as the experience that the divided consciousness obtains in its woe. This experience is to be sure not its own one-sided process, for it is itself the changeless consciousness, and the latter is also an individual consciousness, so that the process is all the while a process in the changeless consciousness, belonging to the latter quite as much as to the other. For the changeless consciousness passes through the three stages, being first the changeless as in general opposed to the individual, then becoming an individual over against another individual, and finally being united with the latter. But this observation, in so far as it is made from our own point of view as observers, is here premature. For thus far we have come to know the changeless only in so far as consciousness has defined it, not as yet the true changeless, but the changeless as modified by the duality of consciousness has come to our sight. And so we know not how the developed and self-possessed changeless will behave. What has resulted from the foregoing is only this, that the mentioned characteristics appear to the consciousness now under consideration as belonging to the changeless. Consequently, the changeless consciousness itself also preserves even in its incarnate form the character and principle of separation and isolation as against the individual consciousness. From the latter's point of view, the fact that the changeless takes on the form of individuality appears as something which somehow comes to pass. The opposition to the changeless is something, moreover, which the individual consciously merely finds as a fact. The relation seems to it merely a result of its natural constitution. As for the final reconciliation, the individual consciousness looks upon this as a part of its own deed, the result of its own individuality, but it also regards a part of the unity as due, both in origin and in existence, to the changeless. The element of opposition thus remains even in the unity. In fact, in taking on the incarnate form, the changeless has not only retained, but actually confirmed its character of remoteness. For, although in assuming a developed and incarnate individuality, it seems on the one hand to have approached the individual, still, on the other hand, it now stands over against him as an opaque fact of sense, with all the stubbornness of the actual about it. The hope that the individual may become one with the changeless must remain but hope, empty and distant. For between hope and fruition stand now the fatal chance and the lifeless indifference, which has resulted from that very incarnation, wherein lies the foundation of the hope. Because the changeless has thus entered the world of facts, has taken on the garments of actuality, it follows necessarily that in the world of time it has vanished, that in space it is far away, and forever far remains. If at the outset the mere notion of the divided consciousness demanded that it should undertake the destruction of its individuality and the growth into the changeless, the present result defines the undertaking thus: that the individual should leave off its relation with the formless ideal, and should come only into relation with the changeless as incarnate. For it is now the fact of the unity of the individual and the changeless which has become the truth and the object for consciousness. As before, in the mere notion, only the abstract and disembodied changeless was the essential object. And consciousness now finds the total separation of the notion as the relation which is to be forgotten. The thing which has now to be reduced to unity is the still external relation to the embodied ideal, in so far as the latter is a foreign actuality. The process whereby the unreal self seeks to reach this unity is once more threefold, since it will be found to have a threefold relation to its incarnate but remote ideal. In the first place, it will appear as the devout consciousness. In the second place, as an individual, whose relation to the actuality will be one of aspiration and of service. In the third place, it will reach the consciousness of self-possession. We must now follow these three stages of being, and see how they are involved in the general relation, and are determined thereby. Taking the first state, that of the devout consciousness, one finds indeed that the incarnate changeless as it appears to this consciousness seems to be present in all the completeness of its being. But as a fact, the fashion of the completed being of the changeless has not yet been developed. Should this completed being be revealed to consciousness, the revelation would be, as it were, rather the deed of the ideal than the work of the devout consciousness, and thus the revelation would come from one side only, would be no full and genuine revelation, but would remain burdened with incompleteness and with duality. Although the contrite consciousness still lacks the presence of its ideal, it is nevertheless, as we see, also beyond the stage of pure thought. Whether such thought were the mere abstract thinking of Stoicism, which forgets all individuality, or the merely restless thinking of Scepticism, which in fact embodies individuality in its ignorant contradictions and its ceaseless unrepose. Both of these stages the contrite consciousness has transcended. It begins the synthesis of pure thought and of individuality, and persists therein. But it has not yet risen to the thought which is aware of the reconciliation of the conscious individual with the demands of pure thought. Contrite consciousness stands between the two extremes, at the place where pure thought and the individual consciousness meet. It is in fact itself this meeting place. It is the unity of pure thought and individuality. It even knows that pure thought, yes, the changeless itself, is essentially individual. But what it does not know is that this its object, the changeless, which it regards as having necessarily assumed an incarnate individuality, is identical with its own self, with the very individual as he is in consciousness. Its attitude, then, in this first form in which it appears as the devout consciousness, is not one in which it explicitly thinks about its object. It is implicitly indeed the consciousness of a thinking individual, and its object also is a thinking individual. But the relation between these two is still one that defies pure thought. Consciousness accordingly, as it were, makes but a feint at thinking, and takes the form of adoration. Such thought as it has remains the mere formless tinkling of an altar bell, or the wreathing of warm incense smoke. A thinking in music, such as never reaches an organized notion, wherein alone an inner objectivity could be attained. This limitless and devout inner feeling finds indeed its object, but as something uncomprehended, and so as a stranger. Thus come to pass the inward activity of the devout soul, which is indeed self-conscious, but only in so far as it possesses the mere feeling of its sorrowful disharmony. This activity is one of ceaseless longing. It possesses the assurance that its true self is just such a pure soul, pure thought, in fact, taking on the form of individuality, and that this being, who is the object of the devotion, since he possesses the thought of his own individuality, recognizes and approves the worshipper. But at the same time this being is the unapproachable and remote. As you seize hold upon him, he escapes, or rather, he has already gone away. He has already gone away, for he is the ideal giving himself in thought the form of an individual, and therefore consciousness gets without hindrance its self-fulfillment in him. Gets self-fulfillment, but only to learn that it is the opposite of his ideal. Instead of seizing hold on the true self, its mere feeling is all. It sinks back into itself, unable at the moment of union to escape finding itself at the very opposite of the ideal. It has actually seized hold upon its own untruthfulness, not upon truth. In the true self it has sought to find its own fulfillment. but its own means only as isolated individual reality. For the same reason it cannot get hold upon the true self in so far as he is at once an individual and a reality. Where one seeks him, the true self is not to be found, for by definition he is the remote self, and so is to be found nowhere. To seek him in so far as he is an individual is not to look for his universal, his ideal individuality, nor for his presence as the law of life, but merely to seek him as an individual fact, as a fact among facts, as something that sense could touch unhindered. But as such an object, the ideal exists only as a lost object. What consciousness finds is thus only the sepulchre of its true life. But this sepulchre is now the actuality, and moreover, one that by its nature forbids any abiding possession. The presence of this tomb means only the strife of a search that must be fruitless. But consciousness thus learns there is no real sepulchre which can contain its true Lord, the changeless. As Lord who has been taken away, he is not the true Lord. The changeless will no longer be looked for here below, or grasped after as the vanished one. For hereby consciousness learns to look for individuality as a genuine and universal ideal. In the next place, then, the return of the soul to itself is to be defined as its knowledge that in its own individuality it has genuine being. It is the pure heart which potentially, or from our point of view, has discovered the secret of self-satisfaction. For although in feeling it is sundered from its ideal, still this feeling is in essence a feeling of self-possession. What has been felt is the ideal as expressed in terms of pure feeling, and this ideal is its own very self. It issues from the process then as the feeling of self-possession, and so as an actual and independent being. By this return to itself it has, from our point of view, passed to its second relationship, that of aspiration and service. And in this second stage consciousness confirms itself in the assurance of self-possession, an assurance which we now see it to have attained by overcoming and feeding upon the true self, which in so far as it was an independent thing was estranged. From the point of view of the contrite consciousness, however, all that yet appears is the aspiration and the service. It knows not yet that in finding these it has the assurance of self-possession as the basis of its existence, and that its feeling of the true self is a self-possessed feeling. Not knowing this, it has still ever within it the fragmentary assurance of itself. Therefore any confirmation which it should receive from toiling and from communion would still be a fragmentary confirmation. Yes, itself it must destroy even this confirmation also, finding therein indeed a confirmation of something, but only of its isolation and its separation. The actual world wherein the aspiration and the service find their calling seems to this consciousness no longer an essentially vain world, that is only to be destroyed and consumed, but rather, like the consciousness itself, a world broken in twain, which is only in one aspect vain, while in another aspect it is a sanctified world, wherein the changeless is incarnate. For the changeless has retained the nature of individuality and being as changeless and universal. Its individuality has in general the significance of all actuality. If consciousness were now aware of its independent personality, and if it regarded the actual world as essentially vain, it would get the feeling of its independence in its service and in its communion, since it would be aware of itself as the victory that overcometh the world. but because the world is regarded by it as an embodiment of the ideal, it may not overcome by its own power. It does indeed attain to conquest over the world and to a feasting thereon, but to this end it is essential that the changeless should itself give its own body as the food. And in this respect consciousness appears as a mere matter of fact, having no part in the deed. But it also appears as inwardly broken in twain. And this doubleness, its division into a self that stands in a genuine relation to itself and to reality, and a self whose life is hidden and undeveloped, is now apparent in the contrast between its service and its communion. As in actual relation to the world, consciousness is a doer of works, and knows itself as such, and this side belongs to the individuality, but it has also its undeveloped reality. This is hidden in the true self, and consists in the talents and virtues of the individual. They are a foreign gift. The changeless grants them to consciousness that they may be used. In doing its good works, consciousness is for the first parted into a relationship between two extremes. On the one side stands the toiler in the world here below. On the other side stands the passive actuality in whose midst he toils. Both are related to each other. Both, however, are also referred to the changeless as their source, and have their being hidden therein. From each side, then, there is but a shadowy image let free to enter into play with the other. That the term of the relationship which is called the actuality is overcome by the other term, the doer of good works. But the former term, for its part, can only be overcome because its own changeless nature overcomes it, divides itself in twain, and gives over the divided part to be the material for deeds. The power that does the deeds appears as the might that overcometh the world. But for this very reason, the present consciousness, which regards its true self as something foreign, must regard this might also, whereby it works, as a thing remote from itself. Instead of winning self-possession from its good works and becoming thereby sure of itself, consciousness relates all this activity back again to the other member of the relationship, which thus proves itself to be the pure universal, the absolute might, whence flows every form of activity, and wherein lies the truth both of the mutually dissolving terms as they first appeared, and of their interchanging of relationship. The changeless consciousness sacrifices its body and gives it over to be used. On the other hand, the individual consciousness renders thanks for the gift, forbids itself the satisfaction of a sense of independence, and refers all its doings to the changeless. In these two aspects of the mutual sacrifice made by both the members of the relation, consciousness does indeed win the sense of its own oneness with the changeless. But at the same time, this oneness is still beladen with the separation, and is divided in itself. The opposition between the individual and the universal comes afresh to sight. For consciousness only seems to resign selfish satisfaction, as in fact it gets selfish satisfaction, for it still remains longing, activity, and fulfillment. As consciousness it has longed, it has acted, it has been filled. In giving thanks, in acknowledging the other as the true self, in making naught of itself, it has still been doing its own deed. This deed has repaid the deed of the other, has rendered a price for the kindly sacrifice. If the other has offered its own image as a gift, consciousness for its part has made its return in thanks, and has herein done actually more than the other, since it has offered its all, namely its good works, while the other has but parted with its mere image. The entire process returns then back to the side of the individual, and does so not merely in respect to the actual aspiration, service, and communion, but even in respect to the very act of giving thanks, an act that was to attain the opposite result. In giving thanks, consciousness is aware of itself as this individual, and refuses to be deceived by its own seeming resignation. What has resulted is only the twofold reference of the process to its two terms, and the result is the renewed division into the conflicting consciousness of the changeless on the one hand, and on the other hand the consciousness of the opposed will, activity, and fulfillment, and even of the very resignation itself, for these constitute in general the separated individuality. Herein begins the third phase of the process of this consciousness, which follows from the second as a consciousness that in truth, by will and by deed, has proved its independence. In the first phase it was the mere notion of a live consciousness, an inner life that had not yet attained actuality by service and communion. The second phase was the attainment as outer activity and communion. Returned from this outer activity, consciousness has now reached the stage where it has experienced its own actuality and power, where it knows in truth that it is fully self-possessed. But now the enemy comes to light in his most genuine form. In the struggle of the inner life, the individual has existence only as an abstraction, as passed in music out of sight. In service and in communion, as the realization of this unreal selfhood, it is able in its immediate experience to forget itself, and its consciousness of its own merit in this actual service is turned to humiliation through the act of thankful acknowledgment. But this humiliation is in truth a return of consciousness to itself, and to itself as the possessor of its own actuality. This third relationship, wherein this genuine actuality is to be one term, is that relationship of the actuality to the universal, wherein the actuality is nevertheless to appear as an unreality, and the process of this relationship is still to be considered. In the first place, as regards the conflicting relationship of consciousness, wherein its own reality appears to it as an obvious nothingness, the result is that its actual work seems to it a doing of naught, and its satisfaction is but a sense of its misery. Work and satisfaction thus lose all universal content and meaning, for if they had any, then they would involve a full self-possession. Both of them sink to the level of individuality, and consciousness, turning upon this individuality, devotes itself to making naught of it. Consciousness as an actual individual is a consciousness of the mere animal functions of the body. These latter are no longer naively carried out as something that is altogether of no moment, and that can have no weight or significance for the spirit. On the contrary, they become the object of earnest concern, and are of the most weightiest moment. The enemy arises anew in his defeat. Consciousness holds him in eye, yet frees itself not from him, but rather dwells upon the sight, and sees constantly its own uncleanness. And because at the same time this object of its striving, instead of being significant, is of the most contemptible, instead of being an universal, is of the most individual. We therefore behold at this stage only a brooding, unhappy, and miserable personality, limited solely to himself and his little deeds. But all the while this person links both to the sense of his misery and to the worthlessness of his deeds, the consciousness that he is one with the ideal. For the attempted direct destruction of individuality is determined by the thought of the ideal, and takes place for the sake of the ideal. This relation of dependence constitutes the essence of the negative onslaught upon individuality. But the dependence is as such potentially positive, and will bring consciousness to a sense of its own unity. This determinate dependence is the rational tie, whereby the individual who at first holds fast by his opposition to the true self is still linked to the other term, yet only by means of a third element. This mediating element reveals the true self to the false self, which in its turn knows that in the eyes of the true self it has existence only by virtue of the dependence. It is the dependence, then, which reveals the two terms of the relationship to one another, and which as mediator takes the part of each one of the terms in presence of the other. The mediator, too, is a conscious being, for its work is the production of this consciousness as such. What it brings to pass is that overcoming of individuality which consciousness is undertaking. Through the mediator, then, consciousness frees itself from regarding its good works and its communion as due to its private merit. It rejects all claims to independence of will. It casts upon the mediator, the intercessor, the burden of its self-will, its freedom of choice, and its sins. The mediator, dwelling in the immediate presence of the ideal, gives counsel as to what is to be done. And what is done, being in submission to the will of another, is no longer one's own act. What is still left to the untrue self is the objective result of the deed, the fruit of the toil, the satisfaction. But this too it refuses to accept as its own, and resigns not only its self-will, but the actual outcome of its service and its satisfaction. It resigns this outcome, first because the latter would involve an attainment of self-conscious truth and independence, and this consciousness lives in the thought and the speech of a strange and incomprehensible mystery. Secondly, moreover, it resigns the outcome in so far as the latter consists of worldly goods, and so it abandons in a measure whatever it has earned by its labor. Thirdly, it resigns all the satisfaction which has fallen to its lot, forbidding itself such satisfaction through fasting and through penance. By these characteristics, by the surrender of self-will, of property, and of satisfaction, and by the further and positive characteristic of its undertaking of a mysterious task, consciousness does in truth free itself completely from any sense of inner or outer freedom, from any trust in the reality of its independence. It is sure that it has verily surrendered its ego, and has reduced its natural self-consciousness to a mere thing, to a fact among facts. Only by such a genuine self-surrender could consciousness prove its own resignation. For only thus does there vanish the deceit that lies in the inner offering of thanks with the heart, with the sentiments, and with the lips. Such offering does indeed strip from the individual all independent might, and ascribes all the glory to the heavenly Giver. But the individual, even when thus stripped, retains his outer self-will, for he abandons not his possessions, and he retains his inner self-will, for he is aware that it is he who undertakes this self-sacrifice, and who has in himself the virtue involved in such an undertaking, a virtue which he has not exchanged for the mysterious grace that comes from above. But in the genuine resignation, when once it has come to pass, consciousness, in laying aside the burden of its own deeds, has also in effect laid aside the burden of its grief. Yet that this laying aside has already, in effect, taken place, is due to the deed of the other member of the tie, namely to the essential self. The sacrifice of the unreal self was made not by its own one-sided act, but involved the working of the other's grace. For the resignation of self-will is only in part negative, and on the other hand involves in its very notion, or in its beginning, the positive transformation of the will, and, in particular, its transformation from an individual into an universal will. Consciousness finds this positive meaning in the denial of self-will to consist in the will of the changeless, as this will is done not by consciousness itself, but through the counsel of the mediator. Consciousness becomes aware, then, that its will is universal and essential, but it does not regard itself as identical with this essential nature. Self-resignation is not seen to be in its very notion identical with the positive work of the universal will. In the same way, the abandonment of possession and of satisfaction has only the same negative significance, and the universal that thus comes in sight does not appear to consciousness as its own deed. The unity of truth and of self-possession implied in the notion of this activity, an unity which consciousness accordingly regards as its essence and its reality, is not recognized as implied in this very notion, nor is the unity recognized by consciousness as its own self-created and immediately possessed object. Rather does consciousness only hear, spoken by the mediator's voice, the still fragile assurance that its own grief is, in the yet hidden truth of the matter, the very reverse, namely the bliss of an activity which rejoices in its task, that its own miserable deeds are, in the same hidden truth, the perfect work. And the real meaning of this assurance is that only what is done by an individual is or can be (Überhaupt) a deed. But for consciousness both activity and its own actual deeds remain miserable. Its satisfaction is its sorrow, and the freedom from this sorrow in a positive joy it looks for in another world. But this other world, where its activity and its being are to become, even while they remain its own real activity and being, what is this world but the image of reason, of the assurance of consciousness that in its individuality it is and possesses all reality? End of The Contrite Consciousness, from Phenomenology of the Spirit, by Georg Wilhelm Hegel, published in 1807, freely translated from the German by Josiah Royce.
Dislikes by Oliver Wendell Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Dislikes by Oliver Wendell Holmes. I want it to be understood that I consider that a certain number of persons are at liberty to dislike me peremptorily, without showing cause, and that they give no offense whatever in doing so. If I did not cheerfully acquiesce to this sentiment toward myself on the part of others, I should not feel at liberty to indulge my own aversions. I try to cultivate a Christian feeling to all my fellow creatures, but inasmuch as I must also respect truth and honesty, I confess to myself a certain number of inalienable dislikes and prejudices, some of which may possibly be shared by others. Some of these are purely instinctive. For others, I can assign a reason. Our likes and dislikes play so important a part in the order of things that it is well to see on what they are founded. There are persons I meet occasionally who are too intelligent by half for my liking. They know my thoughts beforehand and tell me what I was going to say. Of course they are masters of all my knowledge, and a good deal besides. Have read all the books I have read, and in later editions. Have had all the experiences I have been through, and more too. In my private opinion, every mother's son of them will lie at any time rather than confess ignorance. I have a kind of dread, rather than hatred, of persons with a great excess of vitality. Great feeders, great laughers, great storytellers, who come sweeping over their company with a huge tidal wave of animal spirits and boisterous merriment. I have pretty good spirits myself, and enjoy a little mild pleasantry, but I am oppressed and extinguished by these great, lusty, noisy creatures, and feel as if I were a mute at a funeral when they get into full blast. I cannot get along much better with those drooping, languid people whose vitality falls short as much as that of others is in excess. I have not life enough for two. I wish I had. It is not very enlivening to meet a fellow creature whose expression and accent say, "You are the hair that breaks the camel's back of my endurance. You are the last drop that makes my cup of woe run over." Persons whose heads drop on one side like those of toothless infants, whose voices recall the tones in which our old snuffling choir used to wail out the verse of "Life is the time to serve the Lord." There is another style that does not captivate me. I recognize an attempt at a grand manner now and then, in persons who are well enough in their own way, but of no particular importance, socially or otherwise. Some family tradition of wealth or distinction is apt to be at the bottom of it, and it survives all the advantages that used to set it off. I like family pride as well as my neighbors, and respect the high-born fellow citizen whose progenitors have not worked in their shirt sleeves for the last 2 generations full as much as I ought to. But the grand père oblige, a person with a known grandfather, is too distinguished to find it necessary to put on airs. The few royal princes I have happened to know were very easy people to get along with, and had not half the social knee action I have often seen in the collapsed dowagers who lifted their eyebrows at me in my earlier years. My heart does not warm as it should do toward the persons, not intimates, who are always too glad to see me when we meet by accident, and discover all at once that they have a vast deal to unbosom themselves of to me. There is one blameless person whom I cannot love and have no excuse for hating. It is the innocent fellow creature, otherwise inoffensive to me, whom I find I have involuntarily joined on turning a corner. I suppose the Mississippi, which is flowing quietly along, minding its own business, hates the Missouri for coming into it all at once with its muddy stream. I suppose the Missouri, in like manner, hates the Mississippi for diluting its limpid but insipid current with rich reminiscences of the varied soils through which its own stream has wandered. I will not compare myself to the clear or the turbid current, but I will own that my heart sinks when I find, all of a sudden, I am in for a corner confluence, and I cease loving my neighbor as myself until I can get away from him. The End of Dislikes by Oliver Wendell Holmes. An Everyday Experience from Moonbeams from the Larger Lunacy by Stephen Leacock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. An Everyday Experience by Stephen Leacock. He came across to me in the semi-silence room of the club. "I had a rather queer hand at bridge last night," he said. "Had you?" I answered, and picked up a newspaper. "Yes, it would have interested you, I think," he went on. "Would it?" I said, and moved to another chair. "It was like this," he continued, following me. "I held the King of Hearts." "Half a minute," I said. "I want to go and see what time it is." I went out and looked at the clock in the hall. I came back. "And the Queen, and the 10, he was saying. "Excuse me just a second. I want to ring for a messenger." I did so. The waiter came and went. "And the 9 and 2 small ones," he went on. "Two small what?" I asked. "Two small hearts," he said. "I don't remember which. Anyway, I remember very well indeed that I had the King and the Queen and the Jack, the 9 and 2 little ones." When I came back to him, he was still murmuring. "My partner held the Ace of Clubs and the Queen. The Jack was out, but I didn't know where the King was." "You didn't?" I said in contempt. "No," he repeated in surprise, and went on murmuring. "Diamonds had gone round once, and spades twice, so I suspected that my partner was leading from weakness." "I can well believe it," I said. "Sheer weakness." "Well," he said, "on the 6th round the lead came to me. Now, what should I have done? Finessed for the ace, or led straight to my opponent?" "You want my advice," I said, "and you shall have it, openly and fairly. In such a case as you describe, where a man has led out at me repeatedly and with provocation, as I gather from what you said, though I myself do not play bridge, I would lead my whole hand at him. I repeat, I do not play bridge, but in the circumstances I would think it the only thing to do." The end of An Everyday Experience by Stephen Leacock. In Defense of an Offering by Sewell Ford. From The Wit and Humor of America. Edited by Marshall P. Wilder. Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. In Defense of an Offering by Sewell Ford. "Gracious, you're not going to smoke again. I do believe, my dear, that you are getting to be a regular, etc., etc." voice from across the reading table. "A slave to tobacco? Not I. Singular, the way you women misuse nouns. I am rather a chosen accolade in the temple of Nicotiana. Daily, I thrice daily. Well, call it 6 then. Do I make burnt offering. Now some use censers of clay, others employ censers of rare white earth, finely carved, and decked with silver and gold. My particular censer, as you see, is a plain honest briar, a root dug from the banks of the blue Garona, whose only glory is its grain and color. The original tint, if you remember, was like that of new-cut cedar, but use, I have been smoking this one only 2 years now, has given it a gloss and depth of tone which put the finest mahogany to shame. Let me rub it on my sleeve. Now look." There are no elaborate mummeries about our service in the temple of Nicotiana. No priest or pastor, no robed muezzin or gowned prelate calls me to the altar. Neither is there a fixed hour or prescribed point of the compass toward which I must turn. Whenever the mood comes and the spirit listeneth, I make devotion. There are various methods, numerous brief litanies. Mine is a common and a simple one. I take a cut Indian leaf in the left palm, so, and roll it gently around with the right, thus. Next I pack it firmly in the censer's hollow bowl, with neither too firm nor too light a pressure. Any fire will do. The torch need not be blessed. Thanks, I have a match. Now we are ready. With the surplus breath of light, you draw in the fragrant spirit of the weed. With slow, reluctant outbreathing, you loose it on the quiet air. Behold, that which was but a dead thing lives. Perhaps we have released the soul of some brave red warrior who, long years ago, fell in glorious battle and mingled his dust with the unforgiving earth. Every puff may give everlasting liberty to some dead and gone aboriginal. If you listen, you may hear his far-off chant. Through the curling blue wreaths you may catch a glimpse of the happy hunting grounds to which he has now gone. That is the part of the service whose losing and gaining depends upon yourself. The first whiff is the invocation, the last the benediction. When you knock out the ashes, you should feel conscious that you have done a good deed, that the offering has not been made in vain. Slave? Still that odious word. Well, have it your own way. Worshippers at every shrine have thus been persecuted. The end of In Defense of an Offering by Sewell Ford.
Letter of Edward Stillingfleet to Elizabeth Countess Dowager of Joslyn by Edward Stillingfleet, 1635 to 1699. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To the Right Honorable Elizabeth, Countess Dowager of Joslyn, late Earl of Northumberland. Madam, among the number of those who congratulate your safe return into our own country, wherein your ladyship is so justly beloved and esteemed by all that honor virtue and goodness, give me leave to express my duty in an address more agreeable to my own profession than some perhaps will think it is to your quality and condition. Those, I mean, who measure their greatness by their contempt of religion and all that belong to it, who know nothing of wit or virtue beyond the stage, or think the Leviathan contains in it the whole duty of man. The utmost these persons will allow us, whose honor and employment lies in asserting the truth of religion and persuading to the practice of it, is, that we are men of profession, and speak of the things we are to live by. As though reason and religion were such contemptible wares, as scarce any would inquire after it, if it were not some men's trade to put them off, and were of less force in themselves, because it is our duty and interest to maintain them. Is it any disparagement to a prince to have subjects obliged to defend his honor, and servants to attend his person? And must not what they say or do be at all minded, because their own interest is joined with his? Why then should religion suffer in the esteem of any, because she hath servants of her own to defend her cause? As if it had always been a received principle with mankind, that no man is to be trusted in his own profession. According to this, the lawyers ought to preach, and the divines plead causes, because the one gets nothing by divinity, nor the other by law. The merchant should visit patients, and the physicians attend the committees of trade, because it is dangerous trusting men in what they are most concerned to understand. When once I see persons forbear to consult the lawyers about settling their estates, and physicians for their health, merely because they get by their professions, I shall then think it is something else besides a pick at religion, which makes them so ready to condemn whatever is said by us in behalf of it, because, forsooth, it is our trade to defend it. I wish it were theirs as much to practise it, and then we should not be troubled with removing these and such prejudices against all the discourses of religion, which are spoken and published by us. But of these matters, which we conceive to be of so high concernment to mankind, we desire nothing may be considered besides the force of reason and weight of argument, and surely none that own themselves to be men will despise that, by whomsoever it is brought. It is not every ridiculous story, or vulgar prejudice, or common infirmities, or different opinions in smaller things, which ought to render religion ridiculous, or make the practice of it be thought mean and contemptible. But however they are resolved to think of us, let not religion suffer for our sakes. Indeed, if they did as truly love religion as they despise us, we might then have reason to suspect ourselves. But when we suffer merely upon her account, we have cause to rejoice in our dishonor, and ought to suspect ourselves if such persons did speak well of us. Madam, the main design of these following discourses is to recommend the great matters of religion from their truth and certainty, their power and efficacy, the benefit and advantage which comes by them, and to dissuade from the practice of sin, from the folly and reproach, the present dissatisfaction and future punishment which attends it. If they may be of use to the world, and any ways serviceable to your ladyship in your retirements, I have the end I aimed at, and I have therefore presumed to dedicate them to your ladyship, not only because of the great obligations which I have to yourself and family, which were first laid upon me by that excellent person, the late Lord Treasurer, your father, but likewise because you have so well followed so worthy an example in joining greatness and goodness together. Were it my design to publish your just and due character, I should not need to find fault with the age to give the greater advantage to your virtue. All the harm I wish the age is that there were many more persons of your condition that did as little need and as much despise the meanness of flattery. I am, Madam, your ladyship's most obliged and humble servant, Edward Stillingfleet. End of Letter of Edward Stillingfleet to Elizabeth, Countess Dowager of Joslyn, by Edward Stillingfleet, 1635 to 1699.
Mary White by William Allen White. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary White, one seems to know her after reading this sketch written by her father on the day she was buried, would surely have laughed unbelievingly if told she would be in a book of this sort, together with Joseph Conrad, one of whose books lay on her table. But the pen in the honest hand has always been mightier than the grave. This is not the sort of thing one wishes to mar with clumsy comment. It was written for the Emporia Gazette, which William Allen White has edited since 1895. He is one of the best-known, most public-spirited, and most truly loved of American journalists. He and his fellow Kansan, E. W. Howe of Atchison, are two characteristic figures in our newspaper world, both masters of that vein of canny, straightforward, humane, and humorous simplicity that seems to be a Kansas birthright. Mr. White was born in Emporia in 1868. The Associated Press reports carrying the news of Mary White's death declared that it came as the result of a fall from a horse. How she would have hooted at that, She never fell from a horse in her life. Horses have fallen on her and with her. I'm always trying to hold 'em in my lap, she used to say. But she was proud of few things, and one was that she could ride anything that had 4 legs and hair. Her death resulted not from a fall, but from a blow on the head which fractured her skull, and the blow came from the limb of an overhanging tree on the parking. The last hour of her life was typical of its happiness. She came home from a day's work at school, topped off by a hard grind with the copy on the high school annual, and felt that a ride would refresh her. She climbed into her khakis, chattering to her mother about the work she was doing, and hurried to get her horse and be out on the dirt roads for the country air and the radiant green fields of the spring. As she rode through the town on an easy gallop, she kept waving at passers-by. She knew everyone in town. For a decade, the little figure with the long pigtail and the red hair ribbon has been familiar on the streets of Emporia, and she got in the way of speaking to those who nodded at her. She passed the Kerrs, walking the horse in front of the Normal Library, and waved at them. Passed another friend a few hundred feet further on and waved at her. The horse was walking, and as she turned into North Merchant Street, she took off her cowboy hat, and the horse swung into a lope. She passed the triplets and waved her cowboy hat at them, still moving gaily north on Merchant Street. A Gazette carrier passed, a high school boyfriend, and she waved at him, but with her bridle hand. The horse veered quickly, plunged into the parking where the low-hanging limb faced her, and while she still looked back waving, the blow came. But she did not fall from the horse. She slipped off, dazed a bit, staggered, and fell in a faint. She never quite recovered consciousness. But she did not fall from the horse, neither was she riding fast. A year or so ago she used to go like the wind, but that habit was broken, and she used the horse to get into the open, to get fresh, hard exercise, and to work off a certain surplus energy that welled up in her and needed a physical outlet. That need has been in her heart for years. It was back of the impulse that kept the dauntless little brown-clad figure on the streets and country roads of this community, and built into a strong, muscular body what had been a frail and sickly frame during the first years of her life. But the riding gave her more than a body. It released a gay and hearty soul. She was the happiest thing in the world. And she was happy because she was enlarging her horizon. She came to know all sorts and conditions of men. Charlie O'Brien, the traffic cop, was one of her best friends. W.L. Holtz, the Latin teacher, was another. Tom O'Connor, farmer politician, and Reverend J.H.J. Rice, preacher and police judge, and Frank Beach, music master, were her special friends. And all the girls, black and white, above the track and below the track, in Pepville and Stringtown, were among her acquaintances. And she brought home riotous stories of her adventures. She loved to rollick. Persiflage was her natural expression at home. Her humor was a continual bubble of joy. She seemed to think in hyperbole and metaphor. She was mischievous without malice, as full of faults as an old shoe. No angel was Mary White, but an easy girl to live with, for she never nursed a grouch 5 minutes in her life. With all her eagerness for the out-of-doors, she loved books. On her table when she left her room were a book by Conrad, one by Galsworthy, Creative Chemistry by E.E. Slosson, and a Kipling book. She read Mark Twain, Dickens, and Kipling before she was 10, all of their writings. Wells and Arnold Bennett particularly amused and diverted her. She was entered as a student in Wellesley in 1922, was assistant editor of the high school annual this year, and in line for election to the editorship of the annual next year. She was a member of the executive committee of the high school YWCA. Within the last 2 years, she'd begun to be moved by an ambition to draw. She began, as most children do, by scribbling in her school books funny pictures. She bought cartoon magazines and took a course, rather casually, naturally, for she was, after all, a child with no strong purposes. And this year she tasted the first fruits of success by having her pictures accepted by the high school annual. But the thrill of delight she got when Mr. Ecord of the Normal Annual asked her to do the cartooning for that book this spring was too beautiful for words. She fell to her work with all her enthusiastic heart. Her drawings were accepted, and her pride, always repressed by a lively sense of the ridiculousness of the figure she was cutting, was a really gorgeous thing to see. No successful artist ever drank a deeper draught of satisfaction than she took from the little fame her work was getting among her schoolfellows. In her glory, she almost forgot her horse, but never her car, for she used the car as a jitney bus. It was her social life. She never had a party in all her nearly 17 years, wouldn't have one. But she never drove a block in the car in her life that she didn't begin to fill the car with pickups. Everybody rode with Mary White. White and black, old and young, rich and poor, men and women. She liked nothing better than to fill the car full of long-legged high school boys and an occasional girl and parade the town. She never had a date nor went to a dance except once with her brother Bill, and the boy proposition didn't interest her, yet. But young people, great spring-breaking, varnish-cracking, fender-bending, door-sagging carloads of kids gave her great pleasure. Her zests were keen, but the most fun she ever had in her life was acting as chairman of the committee that got up the big turkey dinner for the poor folks at the county home. Scores of pies, gallons of slaw, jam, cakes, preserves, oranges, and a wilderness of turkey were loaded in the car and taken to the county home. And being of a practical turn of mind, she risked her own Christmas dinner by staying to see that the poor folks actually got it all. Not that she was a cynic, she just disliked to tempt folks. While there, she found a blind colored uncle, very old, who could do nothing but make rag rugs, and she rustled up from her school friends rags enough to keep him busy for a season. The last engagement she tried to make was to take the guests at the county home out for a car ride. And the last endeavor of her life was to try to get a restroom for colored girls in the high school. She found one girl reading in the toilet because there was no better place for a colored girl to loaf, and it inflamed her sense of injustice, and she became a nagging harpy to those who she thought could remedy the evil. The poor she had always with her, and was glad of it. She hungered and thirsted for righteousness, and was the most impious creature in the world. She joined the Congregational Church without consulting her parents, not particularly for her soul's good. She never had a thrill of piety in her life, and would have hooted at a testimony. But even as a little child, she felt the church was an agency for helping people to more of life's abundance, and she wanted to help. She never wanted help for herself. Clothes meant little to her. It was a fight to get a new rig on her, but eventually a harder fight to get it off. She never wore a jewel and had no ring but her high school class ring, and never asked for anything but a wristwatch. She refused to have her hair up, though she was nearly 17. "Mother," she protested, "you don't know how much I get by with in my braided pigtails that I could not with my hair up." Above every other passion in her life was her passion not to grow up, to be a child. The tomboy in her, which was big, seemed to loathe to be put away forever in skirts. She was a Peter Pan who refused to grow up. Her funeral yesterday at the Congregational Church was as she would have wished it. No singing, no flowers, save the big bunch of red roses from her brother Bill's Harvard classmen. Heavens, how proud that would have made her. And the red roses from the Gazette force in vases at her head and feet. A short prayer, Paul's beautiful essay on love, from the 13th chapter of 1 Corinthians, some remarks about her democratic spirit by her friend John H. J. Rice, pastor and police judge, which she would have deprecated if she could, a prayer sent down for her by her friend, Carl Now, and opening the service, the slow, poignant movement from Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, which she loved, and closing the service, a cutting from the joyously melancholy first movement of Tchaikovsky's Pathetic Symphony, which she liked to hear in certain moods on the phonograph. Then the Lord's Prayer by her friends in the high school. That was all. For her pallbearers, only her friends were chosen. Her Latin teacher, W.L. Holtz, her high school principal, Rice Brown, her doctor, Frank von Cannon, her friend, W.W. Finney, her pal at the Gazette office, Walter Hughes, and her brother Bill. It would have made her smile to know that her friend Charlie O'Brien, the traffic cop, had been transferred from 6th and Commercial to the corner near the church to direct her friends who came to bid her goodbye. A rift in the clouds in a gray day threw a shaft of sunlight upon her coffin as her nervous, energetic little body sank to its last sleep. But the soul of her, the glowing, gorgeous, fervent soul of her, surely was flaming in eager joy upon some other dawn. End of Mary White by William Allen White.
A New York Balloon Ascension by Charles F. Durant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A New York Balloon Ascension, being an open letter by Mr. Charles F. Durant, published in the Journal of Commerce and dated May 31st, 1833. Communicated by Mr. Charles Never Holmes, of Newton, Massachusetts. The high wind which prevailed at my departure from Castle Garden Wednesday evening prevented me from taking the instruments of which I promised to furnish you notes. The weather was very doubtful in the morning. My barometer had fallen in 12 hours from 29.52 to 29.416, though the day previous I had shifted its position, and thought it probable that the alteration might be caused from haste or inattention in setting the nonus before the mercury was perfectly tranquil. My doubts increased at 11 o'clock, when Dr. Chilton told me his barometer on Tuesday, 6 p.m., stood at 30.1, and Wednesday, 6 a.m., at 30.4, and while conversing with him at 11 a.m. it had fallen to 30. At 1 p.m. mine stood at 29.4, Dr. Chilton's remained 30, and Mr. Charles Poole's at 29.4. Yet from the appearance of the atmosphere there was a probability of very little wind, though no indication of fine weather, and judging from the 20 preceding days, I had little cause to anticipate more favourable weather at any definite time to which I might postpone the ascension. The gates were thrown open, and I commenced the inflation of the balloon at 2 o'clock. Between 3 and 4 the mist became more dense, and the wind increased from the south-southeast, with strong indication of rain. At this time a large company had collected, and the inflation proceeded to the state in which I never will postpone it if I can get the balloon out of the garden. At 5 I finished attaching the car, and the balloon, 2/3 filled, was buoying the whole weight which I intended it to carry. It is in this situation that I usually suspend my philosophical instruments, and it is likewise in this position that the balloon is in most danger of bursting from the force of the wind curling over the wall, a circumstance that occurred at my second ascension, and but for great exertions and prompt assistance would have proved fatal to the enterprise. Fearing the same accident on this occasion, I gave myself only time sufficient to move the balloon to the southeast corner of the garden, which I had selected for a starting point. I then ordered the 2 cords to be cut, which had served to steady the top of the balloon. The wind now bore with great force, causing a half turn in the net and cords, which gave it a tangled appearance, and I judged 12 chances per minute of causing a rupture. Therefore, to ensure the ascension, I cut the only remaining cord, which unmoored the balloon, and it rose in beautiful style with an ascensional power of 70 pounds, making a north-northwest course, though rising with such rapidity as to form an angle of nearly 80 degrees with the earth. At 10 minutes past 5 I reached the summit of the clouds, which had obscured the sun rays so long from the earth. I had been absent now only 6 minutes, and having left my instruments, I judged the then attained altitude to be at least 1 mile. Here the sun broke forth with all the majesty peculiar to our finest summer days, and so suddenly a transition, you may well imagine, had a thrilling effect. 1 cluster of clouds only remained above me. Their course, I judged by the sun, bore northwest, and at a very short distance. This gave me some uneasiness, lest they should be charged with the electric fluid, which by the established laws on this science might pass to my balloon. In a few seconds, however, I was far above everything resembling a cloud. Here burst upon my sight one of the most imposing views I had ever beheld. Call it majestic, splendid or sublime, invoke a Shakespeare's mind to describe, or a painter's to portray it. They and even thought must fail to conceive the rich downy softness and the white fleecy accumulation of clouds, piled in waves as far as the eye could reach, covering the earth, and closing to my sight the land, water, and everything, animate or inanimate, that I had so long and often viewed with delight. Above me nothing but a clear cerulean expanse, the golden sunbeams spreading over the vast ocean of clouds, and extending through immensity of space, where sight is bounded, and from whence even thought returns, unable to traverse the confines of the vast field beyond. Here was a scene sufficient for the writer to fill volumes, and the painter to exhaust his skill in trying to delineate the infinitely delicate and mellow tints reaching to boundless extent. Imagine yourself in my situation, with this sublime scene opening to your sight, and you can conceive better than I can describe the sensations it would naturally produce. I do not wish to convey any frightful ideas respecting the whole view, yet you must not suppose it was all pleasure to me, or that I was perfectly free from care. I assure you, gentlemen, I felt some unpleasant anxieties from having too much ascensional power. The information of those holding the car is the means by which I ascertain its buoyancy, and owing to the surging effects of the wind on the balloon, they were not able to ascertain the correct power. I had resolved to start with a great ascensional force, as the only plan to clear the garden with safety. I found on swinging clear the balloon had a buoyancy of full 40 pounds more than I had intended, and my first care was to open the valve to counteract the upward tendency, and, except a few seconds to pass the dense cloud which appeared in the northwest, I never closed the valve till I had been absent 39 minutes from the earth, when to my great gratification some scraps of tissue paper remained stationary in the horizontal line with the car. These scraps I use as floats to throw in the air. By them I can ascertain much sooner than by the barometer when I am rising or falling. This first intimation of falling dispelled my anxieties, and closing the valve, I prepared to descend, and leisurely lowered one anchor with 200 or 300 feet of cord. Though the heat increased the first 6 minutes, the cold was now intense. My flagstaff is of cedar, and touching it to clear the anchor, it had an icy coldness. At a safe estimate I was now 16 or 17,000 feet from the earth, and I do not think the barometer would have given an altitude of nearer 5 than 3 miles, but as I had left it below, this is only an estimate. While descending, I had little else to do than to rest and refresh myself by rubbing my hands, which were somewhat cut by the valve cord, and benumbed with the cold. I could now contemplate the scene around me, and must say I regretted on nearing the earth to pass through the dense fog, which had given me no very pleasant feeling on first passing through it, and at 6 hours 23 minutes, when I had descended to its upper surface, hearing the roar of the surf, I judged myself on the shore of the Atlantic. I examined my ballast, which I considered rather a scant pattern to remain long suspended over the ocean, and while revolving in my mind what I could best dispense with in case of necessity, among which were my coat, hat, and one anchor and cable, and even the car from below the first hoop to allow me a place to stand on, I heard the cawing of some crows, which again revived my spirits, and at 6:39 I heard some forest birds, which left me no doubt I was over terra firma. In 1 minute after I saw the earth. I was then suspended over some trees and threw over a bag of ballast, which broke the fall a little and carried me to a clear field, where the anchor struck at 6 hours and 41 minutes on the farm of R. Morris, Esquire, manor of Fordham, Westchester County, New York, 11 miles from City Hall, 3 from Hudson River, and 8 from Long Island Sound. The whole time that I remained in the air was 1 hour 37 minutes, 1 hour and 13 minutes of which time I had sunshine, with a perfectly clear sky. 4 negroes from the farm of Mr. Morris assisted me to fold the balloon, which is not injured in the slightest degree. I started for the city in a wagon, and on approaching Macomb's Dam, a heavy rain obliged me to put up at Mr. DeVoe's till morning, when he took me to Haarlem, and Mr. Bradshaw sent me to the city, where I arrived at Castle Garden at 9:30 o'clock, after an absence of 16 hours, enjoying my usual good health and spirits. End of a New York Balloon Ascension by Charles F. Durant. Read by Phil Schempf.
Political Economy by Frederick Bastiat. This is an excerpt from Chapter 1 of Harmonies of Political Economy, published 1850. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1, entitled Natural and Artificial Organization. It is quite certain that the mechanism of society, like the mechanism of the heavenly bodies or that of the human frame, is subject to general laws. Does it form a harmonious, organized whole, or rather do we not remark in it the absence of all organization? Is not an organization the very thing which all men of the heart and of the future, all advanced publicists, all the pioneers of thought, are in search of at the present day? Is society anything else than a multitude of individuals placed in juxtaposition, acting without concert, and given up to the movements of an anarchical liberty? Are our countless masses, after having with difficulty recovered their liberties, one after the other, not now awaiting the advent of some great genius to arrange them into a harmonious whole? Having pulled down all, must we not now set about laying the foundation of a new edifice? And yet it may be asked, have these questions any other meaning than this? Can society dispense with written laws, rules, and repressive measures? Is every man to make an unlimited use of his faculties, even when in doing so he strikes at the liberties of another, or inflicts injury on society at large? In a word, must we recognize in the maxim laissez-faire, laissez-passer, the absolute formula of political economy? If that were the question, no one could hesitate about the solution. The economists do not say that a man may kill, sack, burn, and that society has only to be quiescent, laissez-faire. They say that even in the absence of all law, society would resist such acts, and that consequently such resistance is a general law of humanity. They say that civil and penal laws must regulate and not counteract those general laws, the existence of which they presuppose. There is a wide difference between a social organization, founded on the general laws of human nature, and an artificial organization, invented, imagined, which takes no account of these laws, or repudiates and despises them, such as organization, in short, as many modern schools would impose upon us. For if there be general laws which act independently of written laws, and of which the latter can only regulate the action, we must study these general laws. They can be made the object of a science, and political economy exists. If, on the other hand, society is a human invention, if men are regarded only as inert matter to which a great genius like Rousseau must impart sentiment and will, movement and life, then there is no such science as political economy. There are only an infinite number of possible and contingent arrangements, and the fate of nations must depend upon the founder, to whom chance shall have committed their destinies. In order to prove that society is subject to general laws, no elaborate dissertation is necessary. All I shall do is to notice certain facts, which, although trite, are not the less important. Rousseau has said, Il fait beaucoup de philosophie pour observer les faits qui sont trop près de nous. Quote, much philosophy is needed to observe accurately things which are too near us. End quote. And such are the social phenomena in the midst of which we live and move. Habit has so familiarized us with these phenomena that we cease to observe them, unless something striking and exceptional forces them on our attention. Let us take by way of illustration a man in the humble walks of life, a village carpenter, for instance, and observe the various services he renders to society and receives from it, we shall not fail to be struck with the enormous disproportion which is apparent. The man employs his day's labor in planing boards and making tables and chests of drawers. He complains of his condition, yet in truth what does he receive from society in exchange for his work? First of all, on getting up in the morning, he dresses himself, and he has himself personally made none of the numerous articles of which his clothing consists. Now, in order to put at his disposal this clothing, simple as it is, an enormous amount of labor, industry, and locomotion, and many ingenious inventions must have been employed. Americans must have produced cotton, Indians indigo, Frenchmen wool and flax, Brazilians hides, and all these materials must have been transported to various towns where they have been worked up, spun, woven, dyed, etc. Then he breakfasts. In order to procure him the bread which he eats every morning, land must have been cleared, enclosed, labored, manured, sown. The fruits of the soil must have been preserved with care from pillage, and security must have reigned among an innumerable multitude of people. The wheat must have been cut down, ground into flour, kneaded, and prepared. Iron, steel, wood, stone must have been converted by industry into instruments of labor. Some men must have employed animal force, others water power, etc., all matters of which each, taken singly, presupposes a mass of labor, whether we have regard to space or time, of incalculable amount. In the course of the day, this man will have occasion to use sugar, oil, and various other materials and utensils. He sends his son to school, there to receive an education, which, although limited, nevertheless implies anterior study and research, and an extent of knowledge which startles the imagination. He goes out, he finds the street paved and lighted. A neighbor goes to law with him. He finds advocates to please his cause, judges to maintain his rights, officers of justice to put the sentence in execution, all which implies acquired knowledge, and consequently intelligence and means of subsistence. He goes to church. It is a stupendous monument, and the book which he carries thither is a monument perhaps still more stupendous of human intelligence. He is taught morals, he has his mind enlightened, his soul elevated, and in order to this we must suppose that another man had previously frequented schools and libraries, consulted all the sources of human learning, and while so employed had been able to live without occupying himself directly with the wants of the body. If our artisan undertakes a journey, he finds out, in order to save him time and exertion, other men have removed and leveled the soil, filled up valleys, hewed down mountains, united the banks of rivers, diminished friction, placed wheeled carriages on blocks of sandstone or bands of iron, and brought the force of animals and the power of steam into subjection to human wants. It is impossible not to be struck with the measureless disproportion which exists between the enjoyments which this man derives from society and what he could obtain by his own unassisted exertions. I venture to say that in a single day he consumes more than he could himself produce in 10 centuries. What renders the phenomenon still more strange is that all other men are in the same situation. Every individual member of society has absorbed millions of times more than he could himself produce, yet there is no mutual robbery. And if we regard things more nearly, we perceive that the carpenter has paid in services for all the services which others have rendered to him. If we bring the matter to a strict reckoning, we shall be convinced that he has received nothing which he has not paid for by means of his modest industry, and that every one who, at whatever interval of time or space, has been employed in his service, has received or will receive his remuneration. The social mechanism, then, must be very ingenious and very powerful, since it leads to this singular result, that each man, even he whose lot is cast in the humblest condition, has more enjoyment in one day than he could himself produce in many ages. Nor is this all. The mechanism of society will appear still more ingenious if the reader will be pleased to turn his regards upon himself. I suppose him a plain student. What is his business in Paris? How does he live? It cannot be disputed that society places at his disposal food, clothing, lodging, amusements, books, means of instruction, a multitude of things, in short, which would take a long time not only to produce, but even to explain how they were produced. And what services has this student rendered to society in return for all these things which have exacted so much labor, toil, fatigue, physical and intellectual effort, so many inventions, transactions, and conveyances hither and thither? Why, none at all. He is only preparing to render services. Why, then, have so many millions of men abandoned to him the fruits of their positive, effective, and productive labor? Here is the explanation. The father of this student, who was a lawyer perhaps, or a physician, or a merchant, had formerly rendered services, it may be to society in China, and had been remunerated, not by immediate services, but by a title to demand services at any time, in the place and under the form that might be most suitable and convenient to him. It is of these past and distant services that society is now acquitting itself, and astonishing as it seems, if we follow in thought the infinite range of transactions which must have had place in order to this result being effected, we shall see that every one has been remunerated for his labor and services, and that these titles have passed from hand to hand, sometimes divided into parts, sometimes grouped together, until in the consumption of this student the entire account has been squared and balanced. Is not this a very remarkable phenomenon? We should shut our eyes to the light of day did we fail to perceive that society could not present combinations so complicated, and in which civil and penal laws have so little part, unless it obeyed the laws of a mechanism wonderfully ingenious. The study of that mechanism is the business of political economy. End of Political Economy by Frederick Bastiat. Recorded by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2018. In W. H. Hudson's novel, The Purple Land, being the narrative of one Richard Lamb's adventures in the Banda Oriental in South America, as told by himself, published in 1904, an Englishman wandering on horseback through 19th century Uruguay finds adventure and romance in that war-ravaged country. The end of Chapter 18 contains this excerpt, summing up Hudson's opinions on the effects of British colonization. It is not an exclusively British characteristic to regard the people of other nationalities with a certain amount of contempt, but with us, perhaps, the feeling is stronger than with others, or else expressed with less reserve. Let me now at last rid myself of this error, which is harmless and perhaps even commendable in those who stay at home, and also very natural, since it is a part of our unreasonable nature to distrust and dislike the things that are far removed and unfamiliar. Let me at last divest myself of these old English spectacles, framed in oak and with lenses of horn, to bury them forever in this mountain, for which half a century and upwards has looked down on the struggles of a young and feeble people against foreign aggression and domestic foes, and where a few months ago I sang the praises of British civilization, lamenting that it had been planted here and abundantly watered with blood, only to be plucked up again and cast into the sea. After my rambles in the interior, where I carried about in me only a fading remnant of that old time-honored superstition to prevent the most perfect sympathy between me and the natives I mixed with, I cannot say that I am of that opinion now. I cannot believe that if this country had been conquered and recolonized by England, and all that is crooked in it made straight according to our notions, my intercourse with the people would have had this wild, delightful flavor I have found in it. And if that distinctive flavor cannot be had along with the material prosperity resulting from Anglo-Saxon energy, I must breathe the wish that this land may never know such prosperity. I do not wish to be murdered, no man does, Yet rather than see the ostrich and deer chased beyond the horizon, the flamenco and black-necked swan slain on the blue lakes, and the herdsman sent to twang his romantic guitar in Hades as a preliminary to security of person, I would prefer to go about prepared at any moment to defend my life against the sudden assaults of the assassin. We do not live by bread alone, and British occupation does not give to the heart all the things for which it craves. Blessings may even become curses when the gigantic power that bestows them on us scares from our midst the shy spirits of beauty and of poesy. Nor is it solely because it appeals to the poetic feeling in us that this country endears itself to my heart. It is the perfect republic. The sense of emancipation experienced in it by the wanderer from the old world is indescribably sweet and novel. Even in our ultra-civilized condition at home, we do periodically escape back to nature, and breathing the fresh mountain air and gazing over vast expanses of ocean and land, we find that she is still very much to us. It is something more than these bodily sensations we experience when first mingling with our fellow creatures, where all men are absolutely free and equal, as here. I fancy I hear some wise person exclaiming, "No, no, no. In name only is your purple land a republic. Its constitution is a piece of waste paper, its government an oligarchy tempered by assassination and revolution." True. But the knot of ambitious rulers, all striving to pluck each other down, have no power to make the people miserable. The unwritten constitution, mightier than the written one, is in the heart of every man to make him still a republican, and free with a freedom it would be hard to match anywhere else on the globe. The Bedouin himself is not so free, since he accords an almost superstitious reverence and implicit obedience to his sheik. Here the lord of many leagues of land and of herds unnumbered sits down to talk with the hired shepherd, a poor barefooted fellow in his smoky rancho, and no class or caste difference divides them, no consciousness of their widely different positions chills the warm current of sympathy between two human hearts. How refreshing it is to meet with this perfect freedom of intercourse, tempered only by that innate curiosity and native grace of manner peculiar to Spanish Americans. What a change to a person coming from lands with higher and lower classes, each with its innumerable hateful subdivisions, to one who aspires not to mingle with the class above him, yet who shudders at the slouching carriage and abject demeanor of the class beneath him. If this absolute equality is inconsistent with perfect political order, I for one should grieve to see such order established. Moreover, it is by no means true that the communities which oftenest startle us with crimes of disorder and violence are morally worse than others. A community in which there are not many crimes cannot be morally healthy. There were practically no crimes in Peru under the Inca dynasty. It was a marvelous thing for a person to commit an offense in that empire. And the reason for this most unnatural state of things was this. The Inca system of government was founded on that most iniquitous and disastrous doctrine that the individual bears the same relation to the state as a child to its parents, that its life from the cradle to the grave must be regulated for it by a power it is taught to regard as omniscient, a power practically omnipresent and almighty. In such a state there could be no individual will, no healthy play of passions, and consequently no crime. What wonder that a system so unspeakably repugnant to a being who feels that his will is a divinity working within him fell to pieces at the first touch of foreign invasion, or that it left no vestige of its pernicious existence on the continent it had ruled. For the whole state was, so to speak, putrid even before dissolution, and when it fell it mingled with the dust and was forgotten. Poland, before its conquest by Russia, a country ill-governed and disorderly as the Banda Orientale, did not mingle with dust like that when it fell. The implacable despotism of the Tsar was unable to crush its fierce spirit. Its will still survived to gild dreary oppression with hallowed dreams, to make it clutch with a fearful joy the dagger concealed in its bosom. But I had no need to go away from this green continent to illustrate the truth of what I have said. People who talk and write about the disorderly South American republics are fond of pointing to Brazil, that great, peaceful, progressive empire, as setting an example to be followed. An orderly country, yes, and the people in it steeped to their lips in every abominable vice. Compared with these emasculated children of the equator, the Orientals are nature's noblemen. I can very well imagine some over-righteous person saying, "Alas, poor deluded soul, how little importance can we attach to your specious apologies of a people's lawlessness, when your own personal narrative shows that the moral atmosphere you have been breathing has quite corrupted you. Go back over your own record, and you will find that you have, according to our notions, offended in various ways and on divers occasions, and that you are even without the grace to repent of all the evil things you have thought, said, and done." I have not read many books of philosophy, because when I tried to be a philosopher, happiness was always breaking in, as someone says. Also because I have loved to study men rather than books, and in the little I have read there occurs a passage I remember well, and this I shall quote as my answer to anyone who may call me an immoral person, because my passions have not always remained in a quiescent state, like hounds, to quote a simile of a South American poet, slumbering at the feet of the huntsman resting against a rock at noon. We should regard the perturbations of the mind, says Spinoza, not in the light of vices of human nature, but as properties just as pertinent to it as are heat, storms, thunder, and the like, to the nature of the atmosphere, which phenomena, though inconvenient, are yet necessary, and have fixed causes by means of which we endeavor to understand their nature, and the mind has just as much pleasure in seeing them aright as in knowing such things as flatter the senses. Let me have the phenomenon which are inconvenient as well as the things which flatter the senses, and the chances are that my life will be a healthier and happier one than that of the person who spends his time on a cloud blushing at nature's naughtiness. It is often said that an ideal state, a utopia where there is no folly, crime, or sorrow, has a singular fascination for the mind. Now, when I meet with a falsehood, I care not who the great persons who proclaim it may be. I do not try to like it, or believe it, or mimic the fashionable prattle of the world about it. I hate all dreams of perpetual peace, all wonderful cities of the sun, where people consume their joyful, monotonous years in mystic contemplations, or find their delight, like Buddhist monks, in gazing on the ashes of dead generations of devotees. The state is one unnatural, unspeakably repugnant. The dreamless sleep of the grave is more tolerable to the active, healthy mind than such an existence. If Signor Gaudencio de Lucha, still keeping himself alive by means of his marvelous knowledge of the secrets of nature, were to appear before me now on this mountain to inform me that the sacred community he resided with in Central Africa was no mere dream, and should offer to conduct me to it, I should decline to go with him. I should prefer to remain in the Banda Oriental, even though by doing so I should grow at last to be as bad as any person in it, and ready to wade through slaughter to the presidential chair. For even in my own country of England, which is not so perfect as old Peru or the Paphar's country in Central Africa, I have been long divided from nature, and now in this Oriental country, whose political misdeeds are a scandal alike to pure England and impure Brazil, I have been reunited to her. For this reason I love her with all her faults. Here, like Santa Coloma, I will kneel down and kiss this stone, as an infant might kiss the breast that feeds it. Here, fearless of dirt, like John Carrickfergus, I will thrust my hands into the loose brown soil, to clasp the hands, as it were, of dear Mother Nature after our long separation. Farewell, beautiful land of sunshine and storm, of virtue and of crime. May the invaders of the future fare on your soil like those of the past, and leave you in the end to your own devices. May the chivalrous instinct of Santa Coloma, the passion of Dolores, the loving kindness of Candelaria, still live in your children to brighten their lives with romance and beauty. May the blight of our superior civilization never fall on your wild flowers, or the yoke of our progress be lain on your herdsmen, careless, graceful, music-loving as the birds, to make him like the sullen, abject peasant of the old world. End of excerpt from The Purple Land by W. H. Hudson.
A Raccoon Family's Night of Nights by Nellie M. Pairpoint, from St. Nicholas, an illustrated magazine for young folks, Volume 43, Part 2, 1916. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Father Raccoon came shuffling through the woods from his night's hunting, sitting bolt upright at every few steps to survey his surroundings like his near relative the bear, then coming a few steps further until his attention was attracted by a twig which his facile paws caught and turned as dexterously as could human hands, while he smelled it with the closest attention, seeming to gain some news of the wood world by touch and scent. As he reached the foot of his home tree, the elusive opalescent light of dawn changed to a golden gleam here and there, and the first of the ever-busy wild bees buzzed along over his head. He paused as they went by, then looked back along the way he had come, as though their familiar humming had reminded him of the scent of honey that he had noticed from a hollow branch as he came home. But it had been too light to investigate then, as the bees were stirring. But what raccoon can resist honey? It seemed as if he were laying future plans as he sat at the foot of the hemlock tree, with his front paws resting on the trunk, looking back with his wise, deep-set little eyes twinkling and gleaming as he thought it out. Then he started to climb the tree. The bird's morning hymn of praise increased to its fullest volume, and the first of the red squirrels came chattering through the tree-tops. The daylight life of the woods awoke at the first ray of sunlight, just as the night life of the forest was yawning and drowsy for its day's sleep. Squirrel paused a moment as he watched Raccoon ponderously climbing the tree trunk, to hurl spiteful chatterings at him, before following the interlacing branches that formed the overhead highway to the drinking place at the edge of the pool. Raccoon was not interested, and beyond one careful, steady look, continued on his way to the top of the tree. Once he paused opposite the hole in the trunk that held his nest, and several shrill squeals welcomed him on his return home. Feeling assured that all was well, he continued on his way to the top of the tree, where the small branches sprang out on all sides, making a row of radiating spokes around the central stem. This was the spot he was seeking, and after a preliminary inspection and some arrangement of his toilet, he settled himself on his spring bed of boughs for his day's sleep. His body quite surrounded the central stem. The branches and bunches of foliage hid him completely from the ground, and it needed sharp eyes to distinguish his striped fur even when close to him. The robins and blackbirds flocked through the woods, attending to their daily affairs, settling within a few feet of the sleeping raccoon, and never seeing him, until an active, bustling bluejay, the policeman of the woods, joined them. Hardly had he alighted before he set up a shrill hubbub that aroused every feathered denizen of the woods, and Raccoon as well. From experience he knew there would be no further peace after Blue Jay had found him. So while they were all flying around his sleeping place, shrieking and protesting, he scrambled down the tree trunk and into his hole to finish his day's sleep in the midst of his family. And after a time the birds departed about their own affairs. As the day passed and twilight came, the night life of the woods again awoke, and the day life became quiet. As the moon rose, the young raccoons came out of their nest hole and played and wrestled on the branch beside it. Their father and mother came down the tree trunk, and the young ones soon followed. When they reached the ground, after a careful scrutiny of the surrounding objects, the party started off through the woods. They shuffled along, nosing everything that came their way, and with restless paws, feeling everything within reach. Their progress through the woods was deliberate, but continued so steadily that they covered a long distance before dawn. They followed the paths through the undergrowth that were common highways to the wood folk, until they came to the pond, where they paused and dabbled their paws in the mud and water for the pure joy of dabbling. An unfortunate frog that ventured too near was promptly caught by Mother Raccoon, while the babies gathered a spray of low-growing blackberries and washed them in the water until the berries were battered out of shape with much handling. They were then approved by their mother's superior knowledge as being fit to eat. But Father Raccoon was calling with low, insistent whines, for this was not the main business of the night. This was to be a night of nights, one of the feast nights of the whole summer, and time must not be wasted on frogs and blackberries and the pleasures of mud and water. The party once more got under way and traveled along the edge of the pond until they came to the cornfield. The corn was in ideal condition, tender and milky, and they fell to work with a will. They tore the ears down and trampled the stalks, destroying more than they could eat. But when they raided the cornfield, they did it well, for it was unwise to come often, as the farmer did not welcome their visits. When an ear was torn from the stalk and stripped of its husks, it was carried down to the pond and washed. It was plunged into the water and trampled upon, and turned over with those ever restless paws, until it appeared to be covered with mud. But then it seemed to them to be in the most desirable condition. They ate and grunted and whined with satisfaction as they dabbled in the water and devoured the much-washed corn, until the night was far advanced and the end of the cornfield a wreck. Then it was time for their homeward journey. Father Raccoon, who being of a shrewd and calculating turn of mind, knew that it was prudent to return by a different path, led the way to the first oak tree beyond the pond, where the outstretching branches formed a tapestry against the sky, and interlaced with other branches until a continuous highway was made in the middle of the forest. He led the way, the others following, stepping in his tracks where it was possible, pausing to sniff at the same leaf or twig that he did, and watching shrewdly any movement that might suggest the presence of an unwary moth or beetle that might be captured. A still, chill movement of the air floated through the tree-tops, telling of the coming dawn, and the night folk realized that their time of work and play was drawing to an end, while a sleepy chirp from a bird told that it, too, half realized that day was almost come. Suddenly Father Raccoon paused, an alert nose in the air warning the line following him that something new was there. He seemed to hear the hum of bees as a faint scent of honey reached him, and he remembered his plans of the morning. Again it was a little late, for the first white light was creeping up the eastern sky, and although his fur was long and thick, bees that could find their way to fly could also find his nose and ears and eyes to sting, and would not simply cling and hum in their hive as they would do in the dark. But the young raccoons had scented honey by this time, and their whines and excitement banished his last doubts. He branched away from the highway in the air to investigate a hollow branch a little above. Just as Father Raccoon reached the hollow, a shrill chatter from the end of the branch announced the awakening of Red Squirrel in his summer home, and he promptly sounded the alarm that the raccoon family were still abroad, although past their time. After a prolonged and careful look at Red Squirrel, Father Raccoon dipped a cautious paw into the hole and pulled out a piece of honey-laden comb, which he dropped down for the other members of the family to devour. They lost no time in reaching the ground to secure that choice morsel. A moment later the air was full of irate bees, humming, buzzing, darting this way and that, ready to sting any and everything within reach in defense of their honey. Father Raccoon's ears and eyes and nose were within the bees' reach, and apparently Red Squirrel was doing all in his power to urge them on. 1, 2, or more pieces of honeycomb came out as the result of the energetic thrusts of that facile paw, when the bees got too thick and he had to beat a retreat toward the ground. Red Squirrel followed, chattering, scolding, dancing from side to side, when a violent barking made Father Raccoon's heart stand still. A sharp cry of warning from him came just as 2 of the dogs from the farm broke through the underbrush and almost upon the mother and the young raccoons, who were intent on the honey. Father Raccoon's wits were alert, and with his loudest whines he noisily scrambled down the tree trunk to within a few feet of the ground, until the dogs' attention was gained, and both rushed at the tree, leaping into the air in frantic excitement. But Father Raccoon kept just out of their reach, although he appeared too much startled to get away. Up and down he shuffled, still out of reach, but so near that the dogs were sure they could get him at the next jump. As they leaped and barked, they attracted the attention of the bees, so the angry insects deserted the raccoon, who was comparatively still, to attack the dogs, who were not. With frantic yelps, both dogs rushed through the woods to the farm, with the bees following. As the dogs' cries died away in the distance, Raccoon scrambled to the ground and rushed through the bushes to the next tree with whines and squeals to call his family together. When he reached the upper branches, there they all were, each having come up a separate tree, and together they found the highway overhead. But Father Raccoon had no mind to return to the home nest, where the farmer and his dogs might look for them, but turned off at right angles to the accustomed highway. They disappeared with surprising rapidity, and the forest swallowed them up on their way to a new home. For the rest of that season the red squirrel and the blue jay could find no raccoons in the woods. End of A Raccoon Family's Night of Nights by Nellie M. Pairpoint. From St. Nicholas, an Illustrated Magazine for Young Folks, Volume 43, Part 2, 1916. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Rational Psychology by Christian von Wolff, 1679 to 1754. Translated from the Latin by Edward Kennard Rand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essence and Nature of the Soul. The soul is a simple substance, for the soul is not body, nor can attribute communicated to the body. And further, neither is it a composite entity, nor does it inhere in a composite entity. Wherefore, since every entity is either composite or simple, the soul must be a simple entity. Now, since acts of thought continually change and succeed one another in turn, they are to be classed with modes. The soul, therefore, to which these modes apply, is subject to modification. And since it is obvious that the soul lasts for some time in conjunction with the body, (for whether it can exist apart from the body or not need not be established here), it is perdurable. Certainly a perdurable and modifiable object is a substance. Therefore the soul is a substance. But the soul is a simple entity by the foregoing proof. Therefore it is a simple substance. The soul is endowed with a certain power. The soul is a substance, and since perceptions succeed one another in the same, and desires spring from perceptions, and perceptions again from desires, it is generally admitted in empirical psychology its condition changes. It therefore is endowed with a certain power. A power and a faculty of the soul are different from one another. For power consists in the continual endeavor to act. Faculties are merely potencies of action on the part of the soul, and thus have possibilities of action. Therefore a power of the soul and a faculty differ from one another. The soul continually tends to change its conditions, for it is endowed with a certain power. Wherefore, since a power continually tends to change the condition of the subject in which it is, the soul too, through the mediation of its own power, is bound to tend continually to change its condition. The power of the soul is absolutely simple, for the soul is simple and thus lacks parts. Let us now suppose that the soul has more than one power distinct from one another. Since every one of them consists in the continued endeavor to act, each one requires a particular subject in which it is. And so we must conceive of several actual entities distinct from one another, which when taken together with the soul will be parts of the same. But this is altogether absurd by the proof above given. The soul represents to itself this universe in accordance with the location of its organic body in the universe, conformably to the mutations which affect the organs of sensation. For this law of sensation is constant and inviolable. If a certain mutation is produced in some organ of sensation by some sensible object, there exists in the soul a sensation which may be explained to it in an intelligible way, or which recognizes in it a sufficient reason why it should be, and why it should be such as it is. Now sensations are perceptions of external objects, which produce a change in the organs of sensation. And hence, while the soul feels, it represents those objects to itself. And since our body is constantly in this visible world, bodies also which compose the same act constantly upon our body in accordance with its location in the world, or the universe. It is clear, therefore, that the soul represents to itself this universe, or this visible world, in accordance with the location of our organic body in the universe, and conformably to the mutations which the bodies of which it is composed produce in the same. When we sleep, we perceive nothing clearly and distinctly. However, since the soul is still in a condition of perception, although all its conceptions are confused or obscure, there is nothing to prevent it from still perceiving obscurely its own body and the things which impress it, and hence from continuing this representation of the world, so that therein it may be said without reservation that it represents to itself this universe. The essence of the soul consists in its power of representing, vis representiva, the universe. which power is materially limited by its location in an organic body in the universe, and formally limited by the constitution of the sensory organs. For this power is the first principle which is conceived with regard to the soul, and on which depend the other attributes which are inherent in it. Therefore, the essence of the soul consists in the same. The nature of the soul consists in the same representing power, viz. Representiva. For by this power of the soul, everything is activated that is possible through the faculties of the soul. Wherefore, since we understand by the nature of the soul that principle of mutations in the soul which is intrinsic in the same, just as by the nature of the universe we understand that principle of mutations in the world which is intrinsic in the same, and since this principle of mutation is power, and since the power with which the soul is endowed is only the power of representing, viz. Representiva, the universe, that power of representing, viz. Representiva, the universe, is likewise the nature of the soul. End of Rational Psychology by Christian von Wolff, 1679 to 1754. Translated from the Latin by Edward Kennard Rand.
San Francisco during the eventful days of April 1906. Personal Recollections by James B. Stetson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. These recollections were written in June 1906, but the first edition being exhausted and a new one being required, I have included some events that occurred later, without changing the original date. As the earthquake and the Great Fire in San Francisco in the year 1906 were events of such unusual interest, and realizing how faulty is man's memory after time passes, I have here jotted down a few incidents which I personally observed, and shall lay them away, so that if in the future I should desire, I can refer to these notes, made while the events were new and fresh in my mind, with some assurance of their accuracy. On the morning of April 18, 1906, at 5:13, in my residence, 1801 Van Ness Avenue, I was awakened by a very severe shock of earthquake. The shaking was so violent that it nearly threw me out of bed. It threw down a large bookcase in my chamber, broke the glass front, and smashed 2 chairs. Another bookcase fell across the floor. The chandelier was so violently shaken that I thought it would be broken into pieces. The bric-a-brac was thrown from the mantel and tables, and strewed the floor with broken china and glass. It is said to have lasted 58 seconds, but as nearly as I can estimate, the violent part was only about 12 seconds. As soon as it was over, I got up and went to the window, and saw the air in the street filled with a white dust, which was caused by the falling of masonry from St. Luke's Church, on the diagonal corner from my room. I waited for the dust to settle, and then I saw the damage which had been done to Klaus Spreckels' house and the church. The chimneys of the Spreckels mansion were gone, the stone balustrade and carved work wrecked. The roof and the points of the gables and ornamental stonework of the church had fallen, covering the sidewalk and lying piled up against the sides of the building to the depth of 8 or 10 feet. About this time Rachel and Nora were knocking at my door and inquiring if I were alive. I opened the door and they came in, Rachel badly frightened, and Nora sprinkling holy water over the room. I hurriedly dressed and went up to my daughter's, Mrs. Winslow's house, 1945 Pacific Avenue, and found her and the children with their neighbors in the street and very much frightened. Their house was cracked considerably, and she had been imprisoned in her room by the binding of the door, which had to be broken open to enable her to escape. The chimneys of her house were thrown down, and much valuable glass and chinaware broken. I returned to my house, and found that the tops of all my chimneys had been thrown down, and one was lying in the front yard 16 feet from the building. There were some cracks visible in the library, but none in my room, and only very few in the parlor and dining room. In the kitchen, however, the plastering was very badly cracked, and the tiles around the sink thrown out. In the parlor the marble statue of the diving girl was thrown from its pedestal and broken into fragments. The glass case containing the table glassware in the dining room and its contents were uninjured. Very little china and glassware were broken in the pantry. The clocks were not stopped. A water pipe broke in the ceiling of the spare room, and the water did some damage. I then went over to the power house of the California Street Railroad, and found that about 70 feet of the smokestack had fallen diagonally across the roof, and about 6 feet of it into the stable, where there were 2 horses. Fortunately, it did not touch them, but before they were released they squealed and cried most piteously. One of them was so badly frightened that he was afterward useless, and we turned him out to pasture, and he grew lean and absolutely worthless. Things were considerably disturbed, but the engines were apparently uninjured. The watchman was not injured, although surrounded by falling bricks and mortar. I was told that the water supply was stopped, and later learned that it was because the earthquake had broken the water mains. I then started on foot downtown. This was about 7 a.m. No cars were running on any line. The sidewalks in many places were heaved up, chimneys thrown down, and walls cracked by the earthquake. St. Mary's Cathedral and Grace Church gave no outward sign of being injured. Neither did the Fairmont Hotel. I went on California Street, over Nob Hill, and as I got in sight of the business part of the city, I saw as many as 10 or 12 fires in the lower part of the city. The wind was light from the northwest, and the smoke ascended in great columns, and the sun through it looked like a large copper disk. When I arrived at California and Montgomery Streets, the lower part of both sides of California Street seemed to be all on fire. I did not realize that the whole city would be burned. I had a vague idea that it would stop or be stopped, as fires had been hundreds of times before in this city. I went along Sansom Street to Pine, and down Pine towards Market. I saw that Holbrook, Merrill & Stetson's store was all on fire, and when I arrived at Front Street, I saw that the commercial block on the southeast corner of Front and California Streets, on the 5th floor of which was my office, was not on fire. So I started to go toward the building. The fire was then burning fiercely at the southeast corner of California and Battery. I went to the entrance at 123 California Street and met the janitor coming out, who said I could not go upstairs as the building was on fire on the 5th floor. However, I started slowly up. The sparks were coming down into the open area in a shower, but there was no smoke in the building, so I was sure that it was not on fire on the inside. I got up to my room on the 5th floor and found that the door would not come open. I tried the door in the adjoining office of the American Beet Sugar Company and found it open. From that room I got into mine. I raised my shades, and the fire was blazing at Battery Street in California, fully 75 feet high, and not more than 300 feet distant from me. I looked through the hall and rooms and saw no smoke, and was sure that I was safe for a few minutes. As I turned the combination of my safe to open it, another shock of earthquake came, which confused me a little, but I persevered and opened it. I had a quantity of souvenirs and presents which had been given me in years past. These I gathered up, and with my deeds and insurance and other papers, soon had my arms full. I saw a fish basket on my closet. I got down and put all these little things in it, then opened the little iron box in the corner of the safe, and there dropped out some coins on the floor. I remembered that I had put 4 $20 pieces in there the day before. I felt on the floor and picked up 2 of them, and as I did not find any more, I concluded that they must have remained in the safe, so I took the fish basket and my books and papers in my arms, closed the safe, turned on the combination, and started down the stairs to the street. The sparks were plentiful in the area when I went up, but they were more so as I came down. A perfect firestorm, after the manner of a snowstorm. When I got back onto California Street, the air was a mass of sparks and smoke being blown down the street toward the ferry. As I had to go against it to get to Front Street, I was afraid that my papers would take fire in my arms, so I buttoned up my coat to protect my papers, pulled my hat over my eyes, and dived through.
up California Street and out front towards Pine Street, from where I started. There I found it clear of smoke and fire. As I passed along with my arms full, I saw a typewriter cover on the street, which I picked up. Finding it empty, I stopped and turned it over, and dropping my bundle into it, started for Front and Market Streets. There was no fire within a block of that corner at this time. This was about 8 a.m., perhaps 8:30. I sat down on an empty box in the middle of Market Street for a rest, when W.R. Whittier came along and helped me with my load. We took it to the door of the Union Trust Company, and they would not let me in. I went upstairs and found Mr. Deering, who took it, and we went down and put it into the vault between the outer and inner doors. In 22 days afterward I received it back, in as good condition as when I had left it there on the memorable 18th of April. I next went up to 3rd Street, and found the fire raging strong at the corner of 3rd and Mission. My son was passing in his automobile, and I got in with him. He was going to the Mechanics' Pavilion, where he said he could do some work for the temporary hospital established there. When we reached the pavilion, they said there were 200 wounded inside. At this hour there was no building on fire on the south line of Market Street, west of Fremont Street. We went around to the drug stores and hardware stores to get hot water bags and oil and alcohol stoves and surgeon's appliances. We took with us Miss Sarah Fry, a Salvation Army woman, who was energetic and enthusiastic. When we arrived at a drug store under the St. Nicholas, she jumped out and, finding the door locked, seized a chair and, raising it above her head, smashed the glass doors in and helped herself to hot water bags, bandages, and everything which would be useful in an emergency hospital. I continued with Harry for a couple of hours. I then started down Market Street. The fire at that hour, 10:30 a.m., was raging strong south of Market Street, from about 5th to 10th Street. I left Market Street and went up onto Golden Gate Avenue. At Hyde and Golden Gate Avenue I saw a large 2-story house which had been wrecked by the earthquake. The doors, windows, and all the upright portion of the first story were crushed and stood on an angle of 45 degrees. I inquired of a woman seated on a pile of rubbish, who said, "No one was killed, but what am I to do?" The City Hall was badly wrecked. Great cracks were to be seen, and about 2/3 of the great dome had fallen. On one of our trips we went out to the Park Emergency Hospital, and at 11 o'clock I found myself in the Pacific Union Club, and was able to get a cup of coffee and a sandwich, which was the first food I had tasted that day. I went out from the club and saw the fire raging on Market Street between 1st and 2nd. About this hour a policeman notified me to meet the mayor at the Hall of Justice, who had called a meeting of citizens for 2 o'clock. Met Mr. J.E. Tucker, sat down with him on a box in the middle of Market Street, opposite Lotta's Fountain, and we discussed the situation. We agreed that the city was doomed to destruction, and that we were unable to do anything to save it. Crowds of people were about, only looking on. Some looked dazed, and others wildly excited. I walked down to Bush Street, between Sansom and Montgomery, met Mr. Murphy of the First National Bank, and Herman Ulrichs, and discussed with them as to whether it would come to his building. The earthquake had thrown the heavy granite cornice of his bank building into the middle of Bush Street. Murphy, Grant & Company's building was on fire at this time. This was between 1 and 2 p.m. Went along Montgomery to California Street, and found the fire approaching Montgomery Street. At 3 o'clock it had got to the Palace Hotel on the Mission Street side, and by 3:30 it was well on fire. About this time I went into the Western Union Telegraph Office, and while writing a telegram to Nellie and Robert, who were on their way to New York, the announcement was made that no more telegrams would be received. I then walked home, and at that time the streets leading to Lafayette Square and the Presidio were filled with people dragging trunks and valises along, trying to find a place of safety. They generally landed in the Presidio. As night came on, the fire made it as light as day, and I could read without other light in any part of my house. At 8 in the evening I went downtown to see the situation, going to Grant Avenue through Post Street, then to Sutter, and down Sutter to Montgomery. The fire was then burning the eastern half of the Occidental Hotel and the Postal Telegraph Company's office on Market Street, opposite Second Street, and other buildings adjoining. At this hour the fire was about 1.25 miles from my house. The Lick House and the Masonic Temple were not on fire then. I next went to Pine and DuPont Streets, and from that point could see that the Hall of Justice and all the buildings in that vicinity were on fire. Very few people were on the street. Goldberg, Bowen & Company were loading goods into wagons from their store on Sutter Street, between Grant Avenue and Kearny. I attempted to go in to speak to the salesman, with whom I was acquainted, but was harshly driven away by an officious policeman, as if I was endeavoring to steal something. I came back to my house at 9:30, and found in the library Mr. Wilcox and his mother, Mrs. Longstreet, Dr. and Mrs. Whitney, Mrs. Hicks and her daughter, Sally, Ruth, and Marie Louise. They were all very much alarmed, as the information which they obtained from the excited throng on the street was of the wildest kind. The 2 automobiles and the Wilcox carriage stayed in front of the house all night, at an expense of $25 per hour for the carriage. I felt tired and went to bed at 11 p.m. and slept until 2:30 a.m., got up and went downtown again to see what the situation was. I went to California Street, then to Hyde, then to Pine. From Pine and Leavenworth I could see that the fire was, at that hour, burning along O'Farrell from Jones to Mason and on the east side of Mason Street. The St. Francis Hotel was on fire. I went from Pine and Mason to the Fairmont Hotel at California and Mason. The hill is very steep between these streets, and many people, having exhausted themselves, were sleeping in the street on the paving stones and on mattresses. I did not think the fire would pass beyond the Fairmont Hotel, as there was hundreds of feet of space between the front or eastern side of the hotel and any other building. But the fire passed up beyond the hotel on Sacramento Street until it reached a point where the hotel was at the leeward of the flames. The hotel was not finished, and in the northeast corner were kept the varnishes and oils, which very much aided in the destruction of the building. From California and Mason Streets I could see that Old St. Mary's Church, on the corner of California and DuPont Streets, and Grace Cathedral, on the corner of California and Stockton, were on fire. To the north, Chinatown was in a whirlpool of fire. I returned home on California Street and Van Ness Avenue. Both streets were thronged with men, women, and children, some with bundles, packages, and baby carriages, but the usual method was to drag a trunk, which made a harsh scraping noise on the sidewalk. I overtook a man dragging a trunk with a valise on top, which kept frequently falling off. As I approached him, I took the valise in my hand, and with the other took hold of the rope and helped him drag the heavy trunk. As we were strangers, I am sure that he had first took me for a thief who intended to steal the valise. I at once entered into conversation with him, and from his manner later on, I think he changed his mind, for when I left him a few blocks away, he was hearty in his thanks. While passing the Knickerbocker Hotel on Van Ness Avenue, I saw a party of ladies and an elderly gentleman. They were very much excited, and were hesitating about returning to their homes for their personal effects. I stopped and assured them that they had plenty of time to go and return as many times as they wished, as the fire would not reach Van Ness Avenue for at least 5 hours. It did not reach there for 13 hours. I think I succeeded in quieting them, at least for a time. When I arrived at Sacramento Street and Van Ness Avenue, I saw a woman tugging at a trunk which had caught on the car track, and I helped her release it. From the speed at which the fire was traveling, I judged that it could not reach that spot in many hours. I advised her, as she was safe, not to overexert herself, but to take frequent rests. She would not take my advice, and I was obliged to leave her. The throng of moving people, men and women with babies and bird cages and everything which they held most valuable on earth, began early Wednesday morning and continued until the afternoon of Thursday. Early Thursday morning, Mr. Wilcox, with his mother and sister, and Mrs. Hicks and daughter, left our house and were able to cross to Oakland, where they got a train for Los Angeles. Dr. and Mrs. Whitney went to a friend's house. Early in the morning, I went over to the California Street Power House and had a talk with Superintendent Harris. He said that he had run out 20 cars, but as the water was shut off and very low in the boilers, it was not safe to get up steam, and he was unable to get horses to haul away the cars, so nothing could be done but await the result, which was that every car in the house and those in the street, some of them 8 blocks away, 52 in number, were all burned. Not one was left. I came back to 1801 Van Ness Avenue. The wind was light, but was from the northwest. At 9 a.m. I sent in my son's automobile, my personal clothing, silverware, bedding, and linen to Mrs. Oxnard's, 2104 Broadway, and at 10:30 I had the rugs and some other things ready, and he took them to the Presidio. Matters about this time began to be rather wild. Van Ness Avenue was filled with people, all pale and earnest, everyone loaded with bundles and dragging valises or trunks. We concluded that it was best for Mrs. Winslow and the children to leave the city, so my son with his automobile took them to Burlingame. He had but little gasoline in his machine, and it was very doubtful if he had enough to make the run there and return. Not a drop could be obtained in the city. He learned that it might be obtained at the Washington Street Police Station, so applied for some, but could get none, and barely escaped the appropriation of his machine by the police, by saying that he was preparing to take out of the city a load of women and children, and starting up suddenly and getting out of their reach. So, with the children, Mrs. Winslow, and a few articles of apparel hastily gathered together, he, by a circuitous and zigzag route out of the city, made the trip and landed them safely in Burlingame at 4 o'clock. They could get no accommodation at the club, so they accepted the hospitality of Mr. and Mrs. Robert Coleman in a tent, and the next morning, Friday, went to Mr. and Mrs. Will Tevis's. Their kitchen chimney had not fallen, which made it possible to have cooking in the house, and as they had wells, the men put the pumps in order, so they had the luxury of a bath. When she left San Francisco, she expected her own house and mine would certainly be burned. So, with neither telephone, telegraph, nor mail, she passed many anxious hours until Monday the 23rd, when she heard that both houses were saved. At 11:30 a.m. of Thursday, from my window, I could see blazes on Jones Street at Clay, and southerly as far as Sutter and Leavenworth. About this hour, although the fire did not reach here until after 3 o'clock, the soldiers and police drove the people from their stores and houses on Polk Street. Johnson and Company were ordered out and not permitted to return to save books and papers, although they begged permission to do so. I think the Pleasanton was on fire about this time. At noon the flames were continuous from Clay, on Jones, to California. At 1:30 it had almost reached Hyde and Clay, and was continuous from that point to Polk and Sutter, the blaze reaching from 50 to 75 feet high. At 2:30 it was approaching Van Ness at Hyde and Washington, and reaching south as far as Sutter and Van Ness. I was in my front room watching with my field glass house after house take fire, and the long line as I have just described. I saw many pigeons flying wildly about, seeking some place of safety. As it approached Van Ness, it did not burn north of Washington Street. The wind being northwest, and Van Ness Avenue 120 feet in width, I felt sure the fire would not cross. While the fire was thus raging, the thought came to me, how fast in value is property being consumed? And as I looked at the line of flame, I remember I thought it must be as much as $1 million an hour. It shows how imperfect in this matter was my estimate, when later the loss is estimated to be 400 millions, and the duration of the fire, from 5:15 a.m. the 18th to 3 p.m. of the 20th, say 60 hours, which would be at the rate of about 6,500,000 per hour. At 3 o'clock the soldiers drove the people north on Van Ness and west up to Franklin Street, saying that they were going to dynamite the east side of Van Ness. From my window I watched the movements of the firefighters and dynamiters. They first set fire to every house on the east side of Van Ness Avenue between Washington and Bush Streets, and by 3:30 nearly every one was on fire. Their method was this: a soldier would, with a vessel like a fruit dish in his hand, containing some inflammable stuff, enter the house, climb to the second floor, go to the front window, open it, pull down the shade and curtain, and set fire to the contents of his dish. In a short time the shades and curtain would be in a blaze. When the fire started slowly, they would throw bricks and stones up to the windows and break the glass to give it draught. It took about 20 minutes for a building to get well on fire. From 4 to 4:30, St. Luke's and the Presbyterian Church and all the houses on Van Ness Avenue from Bush to Washington were on fire. At about this time they began dynamiting. Then they started backfiring, and, as the line of fire was at Polk Street, the idea was to meet the flames and not allow them to cross Van Ness Avenue. This was a great mistake, as it caused the whole of the blocks between those streets to be on fire at once, which made an intense heat, while if allowed to approach Van Ness from Polk Street, the heat would have been much less, and would not have ignited the west side of Van Ness. The explosions of dynamite were felt fearfully in my house. Those within 2 blocks would jar and shake the house violently, breaking the windows, and at the same time setting off the burglar alarm. As the windows would break, it tore the shades and curtains, covered the floor with glass, and cracked the walls. After it was over, I found that it had demolished in my house 12 plates and 54 sheets of glass, each measuring about 30 by 50 inches. At 4:45 I was ordered out of my house by the soldiers, not in a quiet manner, but with an order that there was no mistaking in its terms and meaning, about like this: "Get out of this house." I replied, "But this is my house, and I have a right to stay here if I choose." "Get out damn quick, and make no talk about it either." So a soldier with a bayonet on his gun marched me up Clay Street to Gough, amid flames, smoke, and explosions. Feeling exhausted from climbing the steep street, and when within 100 feet of Gough Street, I rested on a doorstep. I had not been there for more than 2 minutes before a soldier on the opposite side of the street leveled his gun and cried out, "Get out of that, old man, and go on up to Gough Street." As he had a loaded gun, and appeared very important, I quickly obeyed his polite order. As I reluctantly ascended Clay Street in charge of the soldier, I held back long enough to see the steeple of the Presbyterian Church fall. I stayed at Gough Street a while, looking down upon my house, expecting every minute to see the flames coming out of it. I watched from Gough Street with much anxiety, and made up my mind that I would see if I could not get back into my house, for I believed I could save it. The heat was so intense that it had driven the guards away from Van Ness Avenue, so, seeing no one near, I quietly slipped down the north side of Washington Street to Franklin. As no one was around there, I continued to Washington and Van Ness, and putting up my coat collar, and protecting the side of my face with my hat, I ran along Van Ness to my front door, and quickly got into the house again at 5:40, being kept out 55 minutes. My clothing got very hot, but was not scorched. This I did at a great risk of my life, for these soldiers were very arrogant and consequential at having a little brief authority, and I was afraid that they would not hesitate to shoot on slight provocation. I felt provoked and disgusted that I had to take such a risk to enter my own house. When I returned, Mr. Merrill's house had been dynamited, and the 2 churches, St. Luke's and the First Presbyterian, the Bradbury House at the corner of Van Ness and California Street, and the Knickerbocker Hotel adjoining, and the Gun House, corner of Clay and Franklin, had shared the same fate. On getting into my house again, I saw that the Neustadter House, at the corner of Sacramento and Van Ness, was half consumed, but it had not set on fire the Spreckels residence, and as at this time Mr. Merrill's house, which had been dynamited the second time, was so demolished, I felt that I could consider that my house had passed the critical time, for I hoped that Mr. Merrill's house, in burning, would not endanger the west side of Van Ness. But now a new danger threatened. The range of blocks from the north side of Washington Street to the south side of Jackson were on fire at Hyde Street, and the flames coming toward Van Ness Avenue, with the possibility of crossing. The Spreckels stable on Sacramento, and also the houses back of the Neustadter residence, were now on fire. This, I knew, would set fire to the 3 Gorevan cottages, 2 other 2-story houses, and the dynamited house of Mr. Gunn, all fronting on Clay Street between Van Ness and Franklin. So I watched from my front window the fire approach Van Ness between Washington and Jackson, then going to my back window to see the threatened danger from Clay Street. The Wenben residence, at the corner of Jackson and Van Ness, was well on fire at 6:15. At 6:55 it fell in. The Clay Street danger began at about 7:30 p.m. At 8:15 the whole front, as here described, was blazing and at its full height. My windows were so hot that I could not bear my hand on them. I opened one and felt the woodwork, which was equally hot. I had buckets of water in the front and rear rooms, with an improvised swab, made by tying up a feather duster, ready to put out any small fire which would be within my reach. I watched the situation for an hour, and as the flames died down a little I had hope, and at 10 p.m. I felt satisfied that it would not cross Van Ness Avenue, and neither would it cross Clay Street. At this time, as the heat had somewhat subsided, I ventured out, and saw a small flame, about as large as my two hands, just starting on the tower of Mrs. Schwabacher's house, which is next to mine on Clay Street. A very few people were around. James Walton of the 28th Coast Artillery was there, also C.C. Jones of 2176 Fulton Street, and David Miller Ferguson of Oakland. I said I would give any man $10 who would go up and put out that fire. They went into the house with a can of water, climbed up the stairs and opened a window, and in a few minutes put it out. Two of the men would accept nothing. The soldier the next day accepted $10. I later presented Ferguson with a gold matchbox as a reminder of that eventful night. Had Mrs. Schwabacher's house gone, all in the block would have gone. The fire would have crossed to the north up Pacific, Broadway, and Vallejo, and probably over to Fillmore, when very little would have been left of the residence portion of the city. Now again another danger came. Another tier of blocks from Leavenworth to Van Ness, between Jackson and Pacific, had taken fire. This was about 10:15 p.m. At 11:15 it had got to Van Ness, and Bothan's house, which was at the corner of Van Ness and Jackson, was fully on fire. But although it was entirely consumed, the fire did not cross to the west side of Van Ness. The wind during all the day and evening was steady from the northwest, not a very strong wind, but it helped protect the west side of Van Ness. At 12 o'clock on the beginning of the 20th, I saw smoke coming out of the chimney of the Spreckels mansion. I went out and spoke to a fireman, and he said he had been into the house and that it was full of smoke and on fire. At 1 o'clock the house was on fire in the upper rooms. At 1:30 it was blazing out of the upper windows, and in a short time afterwards was wholly on fire. The fire caught the house from the rear windows by the blaze from the Gorevan cottages. I feel quite sure that if anyone had been on guard inside with a bucket of water, the fire could have been put out. When the Spreckels house was well on fire, I knew, from its having an iron frame, hollow tile partitions, and stone outside walls, there would be no danger from the heat to my house. As I was quite tired, I told the man Ferguson that I would go into my house and take a nap. He asked me what room I would sleep in, and he promised, if they were about to dynamite my house, or any other danger threatened, he would knock on my window to give me warning to get out. I went in and lay down on a lounge in the library at 2 a.m. and slept until 5 a.m. When I awoke and looked out, the flames were pouring from every window of the Spreckels mansion. At 10 a.m. the house was thoroughly burned out. The general appearance of the house from a distance is the same as formerly, the walls and roof remaining the same as before the fire. In the morning I went over to the California Street engine house and found it in ruins. Beams, pipes, iron columns, tie rods, car trucks, and a tangled mass of ironwork, all that was not consumed of 32 cars, bricks, mortar, ashes, and debris of every description, filled the place. The engine room was hot, but I crawled into it through what was left of the front stairway, which was nearly filled with loose bricks, and the stone facings of the Hyde Street front. It was a sad sight to me, for I had something to do with it from its earliest existence. The form of everything was there, but rods, cranks, beams, and pipes were bent and burned, whether beyond hope of restoration I could not tell. No one was there or on the street, and I came away with uncertain feelings. I had hope, but whether the loss would be total or partial I could not say. A further examination showed much damage. One shaft 14 inches in diameter was bent out of line 1 1/4 inches. one 8 inches in diameter, 7/8 of an inch, some of the large sheaves badly twisted. A new cable coiled on a reel ready for use was so badly burned in the portion exposed as to render the whole useless. As strange as it may seem, brass oilers and fillers on the engine frames were comparatively uninjured. The tank, encased in brick, contained 6,000 gallons of fuel oil, and with its contents was uninjured. The granite blocks on which the engines and drivers rested were badly scaled and cracked by the heat, and in some places entirely destroyed. The portions of the cables in use that were in the engine room were ruined, and on the street were burned off in 5 different places. The prospect of ever repairing and getting this machinery and appliances in operation again seemed impossible. It was, however, restored, and started up August 1st, 1906. At this time, about 8 a.m. Friday, I saw by the smoke that 3 large fires were burning at North Beach, in the direction of the Union Street engine house, from my house. I afterwards walked down into the business part of the city. The streets in many places were filled with debris. In some places on Kearny and Montgomery streets, to the depth of 4 feet in the middle of the street, and much greater depth on the sidewalk. The track and slot rail of the California Street Railroad were badly bent and twisted in many places. The pavement in numberless places was cracked and scaled. A very few people were to be seen at that time among the ruins, which added much to the general gloom of the situation. I found it then, and ever since, very difficult to locate myself when wandering in the ruins and in the rebuilt district, as all the old landmarks are gone, and the only guide often is a prominent ruin in the distance. As there were no cars running in the burnt district, I found my automobile very useful, although the rough streets, filled with all manner of debris, punctured the tires too frequently. The water supply in our house was gone, as was also the gas and electric light. The only light we could use was candlelight, and that only until 9 p.m. The city authorities issued an order that no fires could be built in any house until the chimneys were fully rebuilt and inspected by an officer. The water we used was brought by my son in a wash boiler in his automobile. He got it out near the park. People all cooked in improvised kitchens made in the street. As we were prohibited from making fires in the house, I improvised a kitchen on the street. I found some pieces of board, which were blown into the street, and partially covered with brick and stone, from St. Luke's Church, and with some portieres from the house constructed a rude shelter, and put a laundry stove in it, so we could make coffee, stew, and fry after a fashion. Some people set up a cooking stove, many set up 2 rows of bricks with a piece of sheet iron laid across. Our doorbell was rung several evenings, and we were ordered to put out that light. About noon on the 20th, the blocks between Pacific and Filbert were on fire at Jones Street, and the fire was again threatening Van Ness Avenue, but several engines were pumping, from one to another, salt water from Black Point, and had a stream on the west side of Van Ness until it was saved. While the fire was threatening, I went up to my daughter's, Mrs. Oxnard's, and told the servants to get things ready to take out. I would go back home, and if it crossed Van Ness I would return, but if I did not return in 15 minutes, they might consider the danger over. It did not cross. While this pumping was going on, and when the fire had approached the east side of Van Ness Avenue, one of the engines in the line suddenly stopped. This was a critical moment, but the firemen were equal to the emergency, and they uncoupled the engine which was playing on the houses, and remembering that the earthquake had disrupted and choked up the sewer, thereby damming up the outlet, and in fact creating a cistern, they put the suction down the manhole and continued playing on the fire, and saved the buildings on the north side. I tried to get the names of the foremen and the men who had the presence of mind and cool judgment, but was unable to do so. This ended the conflagration, but for 3 nights after there were fires from smoldering timbers and slow burning debris, sufficient to light up my room so that I could see to read. I was still in fear of a fire breaking out in the unburnt district west of Van Ness Avenue, and as there was no water in the pipes, we would be as helpless as ever. This gave much anxiety during the 2 weeks following the calamity. When night came on the evening of the 19th, the parks and the Presidio were filled with frightened people, old and young. Thousands left their homes in the, which afterwards proved to be, unburned district, and sought shelter, as stated, in the parks and streets in the open air. Mr. and Mrs. Dr. J. W. Keeney and family left their home at 2222 Clay Street and remained on Lafayette Square in the open air for 2 days and nights with hundreds of others who feared another earthquake and the conflagration. The afternoon after the fire had exhausted itself, the atmosphere was hot. The great beds of coal gave out heat and glowed brightly at night. The more I saw of this desolation, the worse it looked. I barricaded my windows the best I could with mattresses and rugs, as the wind was a little chilly. They stayed that way for about 2 weeks. The front of my house was blistered and blackened by the intense heat. The paint melted in a peculiar way, and over 2 of the windows it hung like drapery. This morning, Saturday the 21st, a man with a policeman came to the door and demanded blankets, coverlids, pillows, and mattresses. I gave all I could spare, and some draperies besides. They insisted on taking the rugs from the floor, and I had much difficulty in making them see that rugs were not what they needed. The telegraph and telephone wires made a network on every street, and for more than 2 weeks I carried in my pocket a pair of wire cutters, which I had often occasion to use. During the week following the fire, I found many water pipes leaking, and I went around with a hammer and wooden plugs and stopped them, in hope to raise the water sufficient to have a supply in my house. I think I succeeded. This morning, Saturday, I was hungry, with nothing in my house to eat. I found a fireman on the street who gave me one of 2 boxes of sardines which he had, and a stranger gave me soda crackers, so I had a pretty fair breakfast under the circumstances. Bread we were able to buy after a few days. On May 3rd we were able to buy the staple articles of food. Up to that time we obtained what we needed from the relief committee, such as canned meats, potatoes, coffee, crackers, etc. The city being under military rule, on May 4th I obtained the following orders: San Francisco, May 4th, 1906. To all civic and military authorities: permit the bearer, Mr. J.B. Stetson, to visit the premises, 123 California, and get safe. J.F. Dinan, Chief of Police, May 4th, 1906. Permit Mr. Stetson, number 123 California Street, to open safe and rem contents. J.M. Stafford, Major, 20th Infantry, U.S.A. So, with this permit, authority, or protection, or whatever it may be called, I found my safe in the ruins, and everything in it that was inflammable burned to a coal. One of the $20 gold pieces before mentioned was saved. During the afternoon of the 18th and until 3:00 p.m. of the 19th, the scraping sound of dragging trunks on the sidewalks was continual. All sorts of methods for conveying valuables were resorted to: chairs on casters, baby carriages, wheelbarrows, but the trunk dragging was the most common. It was almost impossible to get a wagon of any kind. The object of the people was to get to the vacant lots at North Beach and to the Presidio grounds. Shortly after the calamity, the most absurd stories were in circulation. It was stated that a man came out of the wreck of the Palace Hotel with his pockets filled with human fingers and ears taken from the dead inmates for the rings and earrings. As no one was injured in the hotel, it was wholly imaginative. A man near the park met another who related the shocking occurrence of 2 men having been hanged on a tree in sight, and not a long way off. The man hastened to the spot and found no crowd nor men hanging. My son was engaged with his automobile all the forenoon in work connected with the temporary hospital at the Mechanics' Pavilion. At about 11 a.m. it was found necessary to remove the patients, which was finished by noon. When the last one was taken out, he went in and made a search, and found that all had been taken away. Still, the report was believed by many that 100 or more perished there by the fire. A few personal experiences have come to me, and as I can verify them, I have here inserted them. One of our men, who roomed near the engine house on California Street, packed his trunk and dragged it downstairs, and started along the street for a place of safety until he came to a pile of brick, when he stopped and had just time to lay the brick all around it and run away. The next day, as soon as the heat would permit, he went for his trunk and found it slightly roasted, but the contents uninjured. A lady who does not wish her name mentioned relates a very interesting and thrilling story of her earthquake experience. She says she had permitted her servant to go away for the night, and at 5 o'clock she remembered that the milk can had not been placed out as usual, so at that hour she concluded to get up and do it herself. She did so, and before she could return to her bed, the shock came and the chimney was thrown over, falling on the roof and crashed through that and the ceiling of the chamber and on to the bed, which she had left only a few minutes before. Alfred Bowles, roadmaster of the California Street Cable Railroad Company, was working on the cables all of the previous night, and up to about 4:30 on the morning of the 18th. Therefore, that night at their home in the Richmond district, the daughter slept with her mother. The earthquake shook the chimney down, which fell through the roof and ceiling of her room, and covered the bed with brick and mortar. Had she been in it, she certainly would have been killed. Mr. and Mrs. Weatherly, who were living in the Savoy, carefully packed a trunk of their most valuable belongings, and he started up Post Street dragging the trunk, seeking a place of safety. The porter of the Savoy called him back, and showed him an express wagon in front of the house, and said he was about to start for Golden Gate Park, so he lifted his trunk onto the wagon. About this time a soldier or policeman came along and said, "I want these horses," and without ceremony unharnessed them and took them away. In a few minutes the fire had got so near that it was impossible to get other horses or move the wagon by hand, and the wagon and contents were burned. Mr. and Mrs. J. L. Tharp tell a very interesting story of their experience on that April morning. Their sleeping room was one fronting on the east side of Scott Street, between Sacramento and California Streets. When the shock came, it rolled their bed from one side of the room to the other, quite across the room, and where the bed had stood was filled with the broken chimneys, to the amount of more than 3 tons. Mrs. Tharp remembers having oiled the casters on the bedstead only a short time before, which she thinks saved their lives. Later in the day or the beginning of the next, while the fire was still miles away, some friendly but excited neighbors came rushing into Mr. Tharp's chambers, commanding him to flee, as the house was in danger from the conflagration. He was at that instant engaged in changing his undergarments, and had his arms and head nearly through. They shouted for him to come quick and save himself. He begged for a little more time, when one of them petulantly exclaimed, "Oh, let him burn up if he is so slow." The fire did not come within 2 miles of this place. Shortly after the fire, and as soon as people began to realize the extent of the calamity, I listened to many discussions and prophecies concerning the future in reference to business and rebuilding. It was the general opinion that the business of jewelry and other luxuries would be ruined for many years to come, that Fillmore Street and Van Ness Avenue would be only used temporarily, that the downtown district would be restored in 2 years. Many entertained opinions exactly the reverse, and predicted all sorts of gloomy outlooks. Many theories and predictions were made, none of which have been verified. My daughter, Mrs. Oxnard, with her husband, was on her way to New York. At about noon of the 18th they heard, at North Platte, that there had been a severe shock of earthquake in San Francisco, and that the lower part of the city south of Market Street was on fire. They thought the report exaggerated, and at first declined to give it much attention, but when they met friends at Grand Island at about 3 o'clock, they got information of such a character that it began to give them fear. At every place until they reached Chicago additional news was obtained, which indicated a very alarming condition of things here. They went to the offices of the Southern Pacific and Santa Fe Railroad companies, but could get nothing that they considered reliable. So they started on their way to New York from Chicago, in doubt as to whether they should continue or turn back. On arrival in New York on the 20th there was much excitement. Newspapers issued extras every hour, filled with fearful stories and of the progress of the fire. The limits of the burned districts were reported with great accuracy, but the stories were alarmingly exaggerated, and in many instances absurd. One telegram read that the dead were so numerous that it was impossible to give burial, and the government at Washington was asked to furnish a ship that they might be carried out far into the ocean and thrown into the sea. Some were fortunate enough to get a telegram, which was eagerly read and discussed. The number of people killed was reported to be from 1 to 30,000. I finally received a telegram from them, asking whether I should advise them to return, which I answered at once to come by all means. So they started back, arriving here on the 4th of May. My sister was in Dresden, Germany, and was, like others, in an excited condition until she could hear by mail from San Francisco. She says the first knowledge of the disaster reaching her was from a small evening paper printed in English, which, in a very brief item, said that San Francisco was destroyed by an earthquake this morning, April 18th. This was all the information which she could obtain that afternoon and evening. A neighbor, a German lady, came in the next morning and told her that the German newspapers of that morning said that the city of San Francisco was on fire and that the loss of life was enormous. That day, the 19th, she visited the bulletin boards of the different newspapers, and with her daughter endeavored to translate the brief cable telegrams which were posted. The news came to London in English, and there cut down as brief as possible and translated into German, so the information was very brief. San Francisco people who were there sought one another for news. Within a week the New York papers came, which gave more particulars. While waiting for authentic information, such items as these were in circulation: Golden Gate Park has been withered by the intense heat, and the people are crowded to the beach, and that typhoid fever has broken out, that a tidal wave had swept over the city, that the earthquake shocks continued, that all communication with the interior by rail or otherwise had been cut off, that 30,000 people had been killed. Whether her family and friends were alive, she did not know. In this state of mind, she found in a New York paper a picture of the Spreckels residence, which showed mine. This was the first information that she received in reference to her family or their belongings. Mr. and Mrs. Dorman and his sister, Mrs. Paulson, of San Francisco, were in Dresden, and did much to allay the fears of the San Franciscans. During the first few days the German people got over the excitement, but not so with those whose homes were in this city. A letter, which I mailed to her on April 22nd, reached her on May 8th, which was the first one she received, and which assured her of the safety of her family and friends. Charles Stetson Wheeler, Jr., who was in school at Belmont, sends me an interesting account of his experiences. He says: "I was awakened by the violent shaking of my bed, which rolled across the room and struck the one occupied by my roommate. The pictures and frames fell from the walls, the bowls and pitchers from the washstands, the books from the shelves, and all were scattered over the floor. A piece of plastering and a broken washbowl struck me on my head. I at first thought it was the playful prank of the boys, but having got out of my bed, I was thrown headlong on the floor. I knew it was something serious, and realized that it was an earthquake. I in some way got down the stairs, I hardly know how. In the yard I found my companions badly frightened, all in pajamas, gazing at the sagging walls, broken windows, and chimneys. My roommate, who had got out ahead of me, rushed up to me and cried out, 'By Jove, I'm glad you're out safe. I didn't think of you until I saw you zigzagging out of the building.' I thanked him and joined the crowd, watching one of the teachers, who was climbing the flagpole so as to be on top of the building if it further collapsed. We were all silent for a few minutes, but when the shock was fully over, we talked glibly and loud enough, and had many jokes. No fires were started as in San Francisco. We asked one another if this was the end of the world or only the beginning. 'Do you think we will get a holiday?' etc. As the excitement subsided, we began to shiver, so by common consent we sought in the ruins for our clothing. I felt that another shock might follow, and possibly worse than the first, and got out of the wrecked building as soon as possible. A little later I found the headmaster of the school. 'Good morning,' said I. 'Unfortunate morning,' he replied. 'Brick structures do not hold together when acted upon by conflicting motions caused by the vibrations due to earthquakes. This disturbance is purely local, and I think that Belmont is the only place which has suffered. I thought of our home in the city, which is built of brick, and that my mother, father, and sisters were in it. The more I thought of it, the weaker I felt, until my knees were shaking. In about 20 minutes I was at the Belmont station, determined to go to the city to learn the fate of my family. I tried to telephone, but I was told that both telephone and wire connections between San Francisco and Belmont were broken. This was the first proof that the earthquake was more than local, and my fears were heightened. As I waited, I was joined by other boys. All were curious to know what had happened in other places, but few were worried. Soon the entire school was gathered at the station. A teacher on a bicycle arrived and demanded, in the name of Mr. R., that we return to school. The majority complied, but 5 of us refused. We were promised expulsion. At last the train pulled in. We boarded it with difficulty, for it was packed with Stanford students. They told us that their college was a wreck. "The buildings are of stone, you know," said one, "and stone buildings can't stand up against an earthquake." Hearing remarks like this made me so dizzy with dread that I began picturing to myself the ruins of my home. I could almost hear the groans of those most dear to me buried under tons of stone and beams. It was maddening, and I had to struggle to keep from crying out like a child. Slowly the train pulled by the ruins of San Mateo, Burlingame, and Millbrae, but just outside of San Bruno the long line of straining cars came to a sudden halt. We climbed out to find the cause of the stop. Ahead, we saw several hundred yards of track buckled and humped like much crumpled ribbon. We had gone as far as possible by rail. We counted the money in the crowd, and decided to rent a rig if possible and drive the 20 miles to our homes. After walking 3 miles, we found no one willing to take us to the city for the money we were able to offer, so at this point 2 of our party left us. We must have gone about 8 miles when the van of the thousands leaving the city met us. They were principally hobos and riffraff, packing their blankets on their backs. We stopped and anxiously inquired the plight of the city. Some said that the city was burned to the ground, some that the whole town was submerged by a tidal wave, but all agreed in this particular, that it was time to leave the city, for soon there would be nothing left of it. The numbers of the retreat were increasing now. We could see mothers wheeling their babies in buggies, limping, dusty, and tired. Men lashed and swore at horses straining at loads of household furnishings. All were in desperate haste. This increased our speed in the opposite direction. We began to see the dense black cloud of smoke hanging above the skyline ahead of us. We almost ran. As we passed over each mile, we heard more distressing tales from those leaving. Men called us fools to be going toward the doomed town. Thousands were traveling away. We were the only ones going toward San Francisco. At last we came to the old Sutro forest. We toiled up to the summit of the ridge and looked down, for the first time, upon the city we were raised in. In my mind it was a sight that shall always be vivid. The lower part of the city was a hell-like furnace. Even from that distance we could hear the roar of the flames and the crash of falling beams. We were paralyzed for a moment with the wonder of it. Then we began to run hard, down the slope toward the city. It was impossible for us to see our homes, for many hills intervened. Soon we reached the outskirts of the town. Fear grew stronger and stronger in my heart as I saw that all the chimneys of the houses were littering the streets through which we passed. They were of brick, and so was my father's house. The trip across the city seemed endless, even though we strained every effort to hurry. I had had no breakfast and was almost sick with fear and hunger. We passed a brick church, and it was in ruins, shaken to pieces by the shock. I almost reeled over when I saw it. The rest of the way I ran. As I came within 4 blocks of the house, I looked anxiously over the roofs of other houses for its high chimneys that had hitherto been visible from that point. I could not see them. Then I was sure that all was over, and that my father, mother, and sisters were lost forever. These last 4 blocks I fairly flew in spite of my fatigue. I kept my eyes on the ground, not daring to raise them as I ran. Then, as I reached the curb before the door I never expected to enter again, I looked up. The house, though shorn of its chimneys, stood staunch and strong. They were safe. For a second I stood still. Then, like a poor fool, I began to laugh and shout. That was the most joyous homecoming of my life. During the day of Wednesday, April 18th, I saw some of the damage done by the earthquake. The loss to California Street Cable Railroad was the upper portion of the chimney. I had my lunch at the Pacific Union Club, corner of Post and Stockton Streets, and noted that building was damaged but very little. Only some few pieces of plastering fell. The Call building gave no evidence on the outside. The commercial block, in which my office was located, did not show any damage. The door leading into my office would not open, but the next one did. My house shows a few cracks. The tops of the chimneys on my house were thrown off, and the kitchen chimney had to be rebuilt. But the great loss, the great calamity, was the fire. After that had raged for 3 days, the havoc was fearful to see. For miles and miles there was not a remnant of anything inflammable remaining. Nothing but brick, stone, broken crockery, iron and telegraph poles. In the general appearance it resembles the country where a forest fire has swept, the chimneys and unburned telephone poles representing the standing trunks of trees. The loss of life is probably nearly 450. Many earthquake shocks were felt during the 3 days of the calamity, and for as much as 2 months we felt gentle reminders. The soldiers lacked good sense and judgment, or perhaps it may have been that some incompetent officers gave senseless orders. For instance, the people occupying the stores on Polk Street between Clay and Pacific, and the apartments above, were driven out at 8 a.m. of Thursday, and not permitted to re-enter. As the fire did not reach this locality until about 4 p.m., there was abundant time to save many valuable articles, which were by this imbecile order lost. Why this was done, I did not at the time, nor have I since been able, to understand. Being busy in the work of restoration, I forget what a terrible calamity has befallen the city and the people, but I sometimes realize it, and it comes like a shock. It is estimated that 28,000 buildings were destroyed. I find that people lost the power of keeping time and dates, and if I had not made notes at the time, I would be unable to recollect the events of these 3 days with any degree of accuracy in point of time. I have felt that it was fortunate that this calamity did not happen on a Friday, or on the 13th of the month. Had it occurred on either of those days, superstitious people would have had much to aid them in their belief. The feeding of 300,000 people suddenly made destitute is a matter of great difficulty, but it has been done. It rained 2 nights, one night quite hard, but the health of the people has been remarkably good. We had water in the house on the 1st of May, glass in the windows on the 16th of May, gas on the 5th of June, electric light on the 7th of June, and cooked on the street until the 8th of May. June, 1906. End of San Francisco during the eventful days of April 1906. Read by Ciuffi Galeazzi, Rohnert Park, California.
Woman as an Inventor by Matilda Joslyn Gage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in October 2018. Woman as an Inventor. No assertion in reference to woman is more common than that she possesses no inventive or mechanical genius, even the United States Census failing to enumerate her among the inventors of the country. But, while such statements are carelessly or ignorantly made, tradition, history, and experience alike prove her possession of these faculties in the highest degree. Although woman's scientific education has been grossly neglected, yet some of the most important inventions of the world are due to her. Honorable Samuel Fisher, while Commissioner of Patents, said, "Any sketch of American inventions would be imperfect which failed to do justice to the part taken by woman." The New York Times, in an editorial upon woman's inventive genius, says, "The feminine mind is, as a rule, quicker than the masculine mind, takes hints and sees defects which would escape the average man's attention. Women frequently carry the germs of patents in their head, and cause some rude machine to be constructed which serves their purpose. If women would fix their minds on inventions, it is entirely probable that they would distinguish themselves in this line far more than they have done hitherto." End quote. The Scientific American testifies of the inventions of women for which they solicit patents that "in their practical character and in their adaptation of means to effect a definite purpose, they fully equal the same number of inventions made by men." Ancient tradition accords to woman the invention of those arts most necessary to comfort, most conducive to wealth, most promotive of civilization. Man's first needs are food, clothing, and shelter, and to woman tradition assigns their present practical forms. Isis in Egypt, Minerva in Greece, Suravati in India, the mother of the Incas in Peru, and several empresses of China have alike been worshipped because of their inventive genius. Diodorus, speaking of the worship paid to olden gods and goddesses, says, "The inventors of things useful and profitable to man's well-being were as a reward of their deserts thus honored by all men with everlasting remembrance." He adds that the gods of Egypt were of two characters: first, the supernatural or purely spiritual gods; second, most beloved and most worshipped, those human beings who had been of especial benefit to the world, and who, after death, were enrolled among the gods. Foremost among these secondary gods he places Isis. To her was attributed the invention of bread-making and the foundation of agriculture. Previous to her time, the Egyptians lived upon uncooked roots and herbs. She also taught the art of healing and the manufacture of flax, and laid the foundations of Egyptian literature. Down to the time of Galen, many medicines bore the name of Isis. So famed were the medicines of Egypt that the prophet Jeremiah mentions them, and Homer sang their praises. The potion Nepenthes, which lulled sorrow, given by Helen to Telemachus, was obtained in Egypt by the wife of a Trojan hero. Isis also invented the art of embalming. Through its means the Israelites were enabled to keep their oath to Jacob and take his body with them when they fled from Egypt, nearly 400 years afterward. Athens, a name synonymous with all that is beautiful in art or generous in culture, a city that still holds power over men's hearts, was under the special protection and guidance of the feminine inventor and goddess Minerva, who, as Pallas Athene, was one of the most ancient religious conceptions of the Greeks. Regarded as the inventor of every kind of work usually done by woman, she was equally deemed the originator of agriculture and mechanics, the inventor of all tools of man's handicraft, of musical instruments, and of the arts, of war chariots, of shipbuilding, and the breaking of horses. Ceres not only gave corn to the Greeks, but, under the name of Thesmophoros, was revered as the first lawgiver. Letters attributed to the Muses look back to a feminine source for their invention. Divination, that art which ruled the actions of heroes and turned the fate of empires with its sibyls, priestesses, oracles, and books, has come down through history as originating with woman. To the Amazons the javelin, shield, and battle-axe was attributed; even the toils and nets of the hunter are also ascribed to woman. But, leaving the realm of tradition and half-mythical history, we still find woman accredited with some of the earliest and most useful inventions. That she was the primitive artist is quite universally conceded. To her, as the one to prepare the food, the invention and ornamentation of pottery is ascribed. Among savage races it is still easy to trace the inception and growth of this art in woman's hands. The most ancient Chinese writers accord the invention of spinning to Yao, wife of the fourth emperor, and the discovery of silk to Xiling Qi, wife of the emperor Huang Ti, 4,000 years before Christ. This country was long known as Ser or Serica, the land of silk. Its later name of China originated from Xian Chan, under which appellation, as goddess of silkworms, Xiling Qi is still worshipped. When the word China is spoken, it is in perpetual honor and remembrance of this woman inventor. The unparalleled duration of Chinese civilization and the prosperity of that country are largely due to silk, the secret of which was for ages kept from other nations, and which formed an export of extraordinary value, its weight in gold being paid by Roman emperors for a garment. The culture of the mulberry, the rearing of silkworms, and the manufacture of silk in various forms are still the great staple domestic industries of this people, to whom cotton was unknown until within the last 800 years. Aristotle was the first European writer to mention silk, yet it was not until 1,000 years after his time that the secret of its manufacture became known to the West. It is now, however, an article of great commercial value to many nations. The worth of its raw material produced in France alone is computed at $32 million yearly, and the profits upon its manufacture at $12 million. Gauze was the invention of Pamphili, a woman of Kos, who, shortly after the introduction of silk into Europe, Penelope-like, unraveled its web, remanufacturing it into a transparent fabric known to Roman ladies as coa vestis, and to modern as coan or gauze. One of the most diaphanous fabrics of the ancient world, familiarly designated as the woven wind, it was yet possessed of sufficient strength to take colors and bear embroidery of silk and gold thread. Under the forms of velvet, crepe, gauze, satin, foulard, pongee, plush, and lace, silk, largely contributing to the wealth of the world, has shaped the policy of states. As lace, its use dates only from the middle of the 18th century. No other fabric requires such delicate manipulation. Upon the white varieties not even every woman can work, as the breath itself must possess exquisite purity. Those who have what is locally termed the haleine grasse, that is, greasy breath, are compelled to confine themselves to the manufacture of the black varieties. Silk is possessed of the qualities most sought by manufacturers: delicacy, luster, strength, and the capability of taking any color desired. It is the strongest of all fibers, exceeding that of hemp or flax. By a law of eternal fitness, spinners strive for a thread like a woman's hair, long, fine, strong, and vibrant. As a source of wealth, lace, equally with silk, has largely influenced state policy. The value of the finest thread lace when wrought in points is enormous, far exceeding that of precious stones. No other art, it is said, is capable of bringing about such an extraordinary increase in value from a material worth as little as flax in the unwrought state. The early records of this art are lost in the mists of antiquity, but there is no doubt that woman was its originator. At the Exposition of Woman's Work in Florence, a few years since, visitors were greatly interested in a specimen of the magnificent lace known as Puletto di Venezia, Venetian point. Its stitch, lost since the 13th century, has recently been rediscovered by Madame Bessani, a humble workwoman, to whom the Italian Minister of Commerce accorded letters patent, with exclusive control of her discovery for 15 years. The importance of Madame Bessani's invention to Italy is incalculable, opening to that country an immense source of revenue and political power. Pillow lace making, which brought this elegant addition to the toilet within the reach of all, was the invention of Barbara Uttmann of Saxony, at a period when that country was on the verge of financial ruin. The art spread with great rapidity, and Belgium soon derived an immense revenue from it, and although 300 years have since elapsed, lace still continues to be its great source of wealth. Nor has its influence upon other countries been less beneficial. Not only did wealth accrue to England through its introduction there, but a great moral change for the better soon appeared as one of its effects. To Meural Nisa, best known to English-speaking peoples through Moore's Lights of the Harem as Nur Mahal, is the world indebted for its priceless cashmere shawls, the manufacture of which gives employment to thousands of men and women, and forms one of the principal sources of revenue in India. To her, also, we owe that most exquisite and costly perfume attar, or more properly, attar of roses. Her husband, the great conqueror Jeroen Zibi, most passionately attached to her, through his love, and for the benefits she had conferred upon her country, caused her name and the title Light of the World to be struck on the coins of India. He built to her memory that fairy temple on the banks of the Jumna known as the Taj Mahal, which travellers vie in describing as all that is most light, graceful, exquisite, and picturesque in architecture. With kameyo, a woman worker in bronze, the decorations in relief, so much used by Japanese artists, originated. Wood engraving, the pioneer of all other forms of engraving, was the invention of the Cuneo children, twin sister and brother, at Ravenna, Italy, in the 13th century. The discovery of cotton as a textile fiber, ascribed in the East to Semiramis, was in America attributed to the mother of the Incas, who taught the Peruvians its manufacture. The kaftan, or Eastern robe of honor, also known as Semiramis's gown, was ascribed to that Eastern heroine, an invention for the purpose of concealing her sex when journeying to meet her husband. The right to wear this garment has for ages belonged only to potentates. It was one of the emblems of exalted rank chosen by Haman when consulted by Ahasuerus as to the marks of distinction to be shown the man whom the king delighted to honor. The straw industry of the United States owes its origin to Miss Betsy Metcalf, who, in 1798, made the first straw bonnet ever manufactured in this country. Within 12 years thereafter, the state of Massachusetts alone produced $500,000 worth of straw goods. That state now produces 6 million hats and bonnets annually. A great deal of straw is also manufactured in other states. The most remarkable invention of the age, in its industrial, social, and political influence, the cotton gin, owes its origin to a woman, Catherine Littlefield Greene, widow of General Greene of Revolutionary memory, with whom the idea originated. The cotton gin heads the list of 16 remarkable American inventions that have been adopted by the world. After the close of the war, General Greene settled in Georgia, where he soon died. The great difficulty of separating the seed from the cotton was at that time the staple subject of conversation among planters. To separate a pound of the black seed from the lint was a day's task for a Negro. The white variety, much more valuable, from its greater tenacity, was scarcely at all cultivated. It was the regular custom of the planter's family to unite in this work every evening, and a fortune was prophesied for the person who should construct a machine capable of doing the work. After a conversation of this character between some guests at her house, Mrs. Greene conceived the idea of such a machine, and entrusted its construction to the hands of Eli Whitney, then boarding with her, who possessed the usual New England facility in the use of tools. The wooden teeth at first tried not doing their work well. Mr. Whitney wished to abandon the machine altogether, but Mrs. Greene, whose faith in ultimate success never wavered, would not consent. She suggested the substitution of wire. Within 10 days from the first conception of Mrs. Greene's ideas, a small model was completed, so perfect in its construction that all succeeding gins have been based upon it. This invention produced an extraordinary increase in the culture of cotton. Instead of the single pound cleaned by hand, 300 pounds were now daily separated from the lint at the same cost. Not only did the languishing industries of the South receive a sudden and stable impetus, but every part of the world felt the influence of this woman's idea. It may be asked why Mrs. Green, then a widow, did not take out the patent in her own name, but to have done so would have exposed her to the ridicule and contumely of her friends, and a loss of position in society, which frowned upon any attempt at outside industry for women. Through her second husband, Mr. Miller, she afterward assumed a subordinate interest in it. A very slight investigation proves that patents taken out in some man's name are, in many instances, due to woman. A recent noted instance of this kind is Miss Louise McLaughlin's invention of underglaze painting on pottery. Miss McLaughlin, desiring that all artists should share in its benefits, explained her process to every person who asked her, and even wrote a book giving this information. But a certain man, seeing its value, took out a patent upon it, thus prohibiting even its inventor from using the fruit of her own brains. The Burden horseshoe machine, turning out a complete shoe every 3 seconds, was a woman's invention. At a renewal of the patent in 1871, it was claimed that $32 million had been saved to the public during the 14 years of its use. A third great American invention, the mower and reaper, owes its early perfection to Mrs. Anne Harnd Manning of Plainfield, New Jersey, who, in 1817 to 1818, perfected a system for the combined action of teeth and cutters, patented by her husband, William Henry Manning, as a device for the combined action of teeth and cutters, whether in a transverse or revolving direction. Mrs. Manning also made other improvements, of which, not having been patented, she was robbed after her husband's death by a neighbor whose name appears in the list of patentees upon this machine. Mrs. Manning also invented a clover cleaner, which proved very lucrative to her husband, who took out the patent. Nor was she the only woman whose thought had been turned toward agricultural machines. The name of Elizabeth Smith, also of New Jersey, appears in 1861 among the list of patentees upon an improvement to the mower and reaper, whereby the knives could be adjusted while the machine was in motion. The smallest inventions sometimes prove the most lucrative. A San Francisco lady, inventor of a baby carriage, received $14,000 for her patent. The paper pail, the invention of a Chicago lady, yields a large income. The gimlet-pointed screw, the idea of a little girl, has realized millions of dollars to its patentee. Among recent inventions of importance by women are a spinning machine, capable of turning from 12 to 40 threads, a rotary loom, doing 3 times the work of an ordinary loom, a volcanic furnace for smelting ore, an improved wood-sawing machine, a space-saving clothes mangle, a chain elevator, a screw crank for steamships, a fire escape, a device for correct pen holding, invaluable in schools, a wool feeder and weigher, one of the most delicate machines ever invented, and of incalculable benefit to every woolen manufacturer, a self-fastening button, a portable reservoir for use in case of fires, a process for burning petroleum in place of wood and coal for steam-generating purposes, an improvement in spark arresters to be applied to locomotives, a danger signal for street crossings on railways, a plan for heating cars without fire, a lubricating felt for subduing friction, the last 5 all bearing upon railroad travel, a rapid change box, a marvel of simplicity and convenience, invaluable at railway stations and ferries, the invention of a girl of 16, syllable type with adjustable cases and apparatus, machine for trimming pamphlets, writing machine, signal rocket used in the Navy, deep-sea telescope, method of deadening sound on elevated railways, smoke burner, satchel bottom bags, bag folding machine, etc., etc. Many improvements in sewing machines have been made by women, as a device for sewing sails and having cloth, quilting attachments, the magic ruffler, threading a machine when upon a full run, an idea scouted by male machinists, an adaptation of machines for sewing leather, etc. This last was the invention of a practical woman machinist, who for many years carried on a large harness manufactory in New York City. Systems for improved drainage, for better ventilation, for forcing water to great heights and distances, 1,000 household appliances, etc., are the fruits of woman's inventive genius, but they must be passed by, as this paper is designed simply to attract public attention toward a subject upon which much ignorance and misapprehension exist. The deep-sea telescope, invented by Mrs. Mather and improved by her daughter, is a unique and important invention, bringing the bottom of the largest ships to view without the expense of raising them into a dry dock. By its means wrecks can be inspected, obstructions to navigation removed, torpedoes successfully sought for, and immense sums annually saved to the marine service. A machine which, for its complicated mechanism and extraordinary ingenuity, has attracted much attention both in this country and Europe, is that for the manufacture of satchel-bottom paper bags. Many men of mechanical genius long directed their attention to this problem without success. Miss Maggie Knight, to whose genius this machine is due, received a compliment from the Commissioner of Patents upon its entire originality. Most inventions are but an improvement upon some preceding one. She refused $50,000 for it shortly after taking out her patent. Miss Knight has since invented a machine doing the work of 30 persons in folding bags, and herself superintended the erection of the machinery at Amherst, Massachusetts. The Eureka street sweeper, the invention of a Hoboken lady, owes its origin to the fact of this lady's dress having been spattered with mud by a clumsy machine one day in New York. Possessed of a mechanical genius, she determined to try her hand upon a sweeper that should do its work more perfectly. Her success was great, and her invention a vast improvement upon all its predecessors. The remarkable invention of Mrs. Mary E. Walton, for deadening the noise of elevated railroads, has occasioned much comment. Edison and other inventors had for 6 months unsuccessfully striven to accomplish this end, when Mrs. Walton brought forward a device which was at once adopted by the Metropolitan and other elevated railways. The benefit to human health and life likely to accrue from this invention can scarcely be realized. The evil effects of persistent noise upon the human system are very great, and an invention tending to lessen its force confers a benefit upon mankind. A prominent physician says, "We see very little of the gentle decline of old age in New York City. The constant din of travel and traffic, borne for a time without evidence of injury, suddenly shows itself in a shattered nervous system and imminence of dissolution." Since her noise deadener, Mrs. Walton has taken out, both in this country and England, a patent for a smoke burner that she considers much more valuable. By this device all smoke from a fire, furnace, or locomotive is consumed, as also the dust caused by railway trains, and the offensive, unhealthful odors emitted from factories, gaswork, etc. When in England, Mrs. Walton received the congratulations of British officials for it, as one of the greatest inventions of the age. While passing by woman's discovery in science, where the names of Hypatia, Maria Agnesi, and Caroline Herschel shine, mention must still be made of the aquarium, the invention of Madame Jeannette Power, one of the most eminent naturalists of the century. It was used by her in making curious scientific discoveries. The value of the aquarium to marine zoology is incalculable. Not only can rare species from the Indian, Arctic, and Pacific Oceans be brought into close comparison, but the subject of embryology can be studied, and the great Darwinian problems of evolution and permanence of type are likely to be solved by its instrumentality. Medicine, even in modern times, owes much to woman. It was to her knowledge of this art that woman's persecution for witchcraft in the Middle Ages was largely due. Through Madame de Coudray's invention of the manikin, a knowledge of physiology has been much more widely diffused than would otherwise have been possible. Many delicate and important surgical instruments owe their origin to woman, as also the adaptation of wax for recording medical observations. Dr. Hunter was indebted for the illustrations of his greatest work to the observations of a woman preserved in wax. Chemistry offers an infinite resource to the inventor in a field whose exploration has scarcely begun. A Prussian governess recently invented a new fulminate for needle gun cartridges, and the government is experimenting with it with a view to its purchase. From this lucrative field woman is largely debarred through that prejudice and injustice which still deprives her of full opportunities for scientific education. But among woman inventors the name of the celebrated sculptor Harriet Hosmer must not be passed by. Miss Hosmer has succeeded in producing marble from limestone, closely simulating the finest antique varieties. This process has long been unsuccessfully sought by the Italian government. But her most valuable invention is that of the permanent magnet as a motive power. Scientific men and practical machinists deem this one of the most important inventions of the century, and its influence upon the world as likely to be far-reaching and extraordinary. No such power was known to inhere in the permanent magnet until Miss Hosmer's discovery, to which she gave 15 years of study and experiment. The national value of patents and the relation of invention to civilization are subjects that receive marked attention both in England and the United States. A paper upon the latter topic, read in London in 1881 before the Society of Engineers, forcibly represented the loss sustained by the nation through the obstacles placed in the way of inventors, upon whose genius, this paper claimed, England was dependent for holding her place among the nations. The inventions of a nation are closely connected with the freedom of its people. During the reign of George III, the average yearly number of patents taken out in Great Britain was but 14. At present the average is 5,000, while in the United States it is 18,000. This difference is directly traceable to the progress of freedom and education. While, as has been shown, many of the world's most important inventions are due to woman, the proportion of feminine inventors is much less than of masculine, which arises from the fact that woman does not possess the same amount of freedom as man. Restricted in education, industrial opportunities, and political power, this is one of many instances where her degradation reacts injuriously upon the race. The majority of inventions are the result of much consideration and self-reliant thought. Inventors must not only possess full freedom to exercise their powers, but there must also be a certain welcome and protection to their ideas. Deprived, as woman is, of political power, she has to face contempt of her sex, open and covert scorn of womanhood, depreciatory allusions to her intellectual powers, all tending to hamper the expression of her inventive genius. Nor is woman by law recognized as possessing full right to the use and control of her own powers. In not a single state of the Union is a married woman held to possess a right to her earnings within the family, and in not 1/2 of them has she a right to their control in business entered upon outside of the household. Should such a woman be successful in obtaining a patent, what then? Would she be free to do as she pleased with it? Not at all. She would hold no right, title, or power over this work of her own brain. She would possess no legal right to contract or to license any one to use her invention. Neither, should her right be infringed, could she sue the offender. Her husband could take out the patent in his own name, sell her invention for his own sole benefit, give it away if he so chose, or refrain from using it, and for all this she would have no remedy. It is scarcely 30 years since the first state protected a married woman in the use of her own brain property. Under these conditions, legally incapable of holding property, and trained, as she has been, to seclusion, dependence, and abeyance of thought, that woman has not been an inventor to an equal extent with man is not so much a subject of surprise as that she should have invented at all. While every invention, however small, develops new industries, provides work for a multitude of people, increases commercial activity, adds to the revenues of the world, and renders life more desirable, great inventions broaden the boundaries of human thought, bring about social, religious, and political changes, hurrying mankind on to a new civilization. Lecky forcibly shows the loss to the world from the celibacy and martyrdom of the best human element in the past. No less is the darkness of the world kept more dense, and its civilization retarded, by all forms of thought, customs of society, or systems of law which prevent the full development and exercise of woman's inventive powers. Matilda Joslyn Gage. End of Woman as an Inventor, by Matilda Joslyn Gage. From the North American Review, Volume 136, 1883.